Hello everyone and welcome back to the Dreamland Encounters. Here on this channel, I share real-life encounters with beings from beyond the skies to help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we dive in, I would love to hear from you. Leave a comment and let me know where you're tuning in from. Now find a comfortable spot, relax, and let's begin. It happened in Franklin, Illinois, a place of gravel roads, grain silos, and wide-open soybean fields. I was walking at the edge of my property, sometime between midnight and 1 o'clock. Sleep wasn't coming, so I'd gone out to look at the stars. The night was dead, quiet, perfect for stargazing with my phone. The lights appeared over the far end of the field, 3 pale white ones, completely silent and motionless, about 30 feet up. No blinking, no sound, just hovering there. They weren't like anything I'd seen before, though I'd spotted strange lights in the past. Never this clear, though. I started recording them with my phone. These lights moved as one unit, drifting smoothly, then pausing to rotate in formation. The silence was unnatural. No drone buzz, no engine noise, absolutely nothing. The whole scene felt frozen, like time itself had stopped. After about 2 minutes of filming, they slowly retreated toward the tree line and vanished. Back home, my phone service returned to full strength. I picked a 30-second clip and put it on TikTok with a simple question. Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now? Then I went to bed, expecting maybe a few local views. The next morning changed everything. My video had exploded overnight, tens of thousands of views, comments flooding in. People from Indiana, Missouri, and even Oregon claimed they'd seen similar things. Some called it fake or CGI, but I knew what I'd filmed. At 8:30 came the knock, 2 sharp raps at my door. The peephole, I saw them. 2 men in matching black suits, white shirts, and narrow black ties, wearing those old-fashioned sunglasses. 2 men showed up at my door today. They could have been twins, same height, same build, both wearing thin-framed black sunglasses. Both had short, slicked-back hair. I only opened the door halfway, keeping the screen closed between us. Their smiles were unsettling. The one on the left smiled first, this perfect, toothless crescent. The right one followed with the same expression half a second later, like they'd practiced it. When the left one spoke, his voice was oddly flat, like audio with no bass. "Porter?" he asked. After I confirmed, he asked if I'd been feeling safe lately. The question caught me off guard. I stood there, mouth open, trying to process what he meant. When I finally managed and asked why, the other one replied in the exact same voice. "You've just had a busy night." They nodded in sync, maintaining those creepy smiles. My chest got tight, not panic, but that familiar tension you get when a police car appears in your rearview mirror. They wouldn't tell me who they worked for. Instead, they just said, "We appreciate your cooperation," and turned around together, walking in perfect unison to a black sedan with regular Illinois plates. They sat there for a few seconds before driving away. The strangest part was they never mentioned the video, TikTok, or any specifics. Just those vague comments about a busy night and feeling safe. After locking the door, I went to check the video again, but it had vanished from the app. No takedown notice, no explanation, just gone. The raw file should have been on my backup drive, but when I tried to access it, the drive was dead. Just clicking and spinning, not even showing up in Disk Manager. I tried it in my garage computer too, same result. Even my D storage was empty though, the sync had been off that night anyway. Last night I captured something strange on video and uploaded it locally. My internet's too slow for auto-uploads of large files. Then, everything went wrong. The house fell into an unnatural silence. Not just quiet, but completely dead air for a full minute. There's usually some kind of background noise, even though I live alone without pets. The silence broke when I heard a car door, but when I checked the street, I saw only my truck and my neighbor's Pontiac. No people, no other vehicles. I hid in the hallway behind closed curtains, waiting. Nobody came, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched in my own home. Things got stranger when I tried to access my TikTok account around noon. The password failed, and when I requested a reset, no email came through. Using another device, the system claimed my account didn't exist. The video had completely vanished from everywhere it had been shared. Reddit, Twitter, UFO forums. All links led to dead ends, blank thumbnails, or 404 errors. I tried recovery software, hoping to retrieve the original file. 3 different programs could find old family photos and files from months ago, but nothing from last night existed. It was as if I'd never recorded anything. Hoping for answers, I went into town that afternoon. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a hunter from 2 roads over. When I asked about strange lights in the sky, his quick, dismissive response felt off, like he was avoiding the topic. Others I asked mostly shrugged or looked confused. Only one person, a woman at the hardware store, mentioned hearing what she thought were coyotes setting off dogs around 1 a.m. Since then, I've stayed away from TikTok completely. My replacement hard drive works fine, but I check it obsessively. That mysterious sedan hasn't returned, but the whole experience has left me unsettled. Something happened that night, something that someone wanted to erase. The orange glow appeared when I was driving back from my cousin's that Sunday night in September. It was late, around 10:30, and I was on this narrow 2-lane road between endless cornfields in Platte, South Nebraska. My parents' silver Camry wasn't much, cracked windshield, 1 working speaker, but it got me where I needed to go. The night was clear, stars everywhere, making the sky feel impossibly huge. I had my window down a bit, music playing soft. There weren't any houses out there, just corn and the odd mailbox if you knew where to look. Right after I swerved around a dead raccoon, that's when I spotted it. At first glance, I thought maybe it was farm equipment, a combine or tractor with its lights on. But this was different. The sphere just hung there, maybe 20 feet above the corn, with this gentle orange glow coming from inside it. It wasn't bright exactly, more like a contained flame with no smoke. I pulled over, killed the radio, and just watched. It didn't do anything, no sound, no movement, just floating there like it was waiting. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't scared exactly. It was more like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I tried to take a picture, but my phone camera wouldn't pick it up, just showed black no matter what I did. When I looked back up, the sphere had vanished. Not like it flew away, it was just gone, like it had never existed. I drove home checking my mirrors the whole way. Never told my parents. How do you even explain something like that? I tried to act normal the next day at school, sitting through chemistry first period like nothing had happened. These days, I don't walk anywhere after dark. Sometimes when I'm in the backyard at night, I get this feeling that something's there, just past the trees. No, 2. Watching, exactly waiting. That's the only way I can describe it. A strange car caught my eye when I took a detour to dodge some kids I didn't want to talk to. It was this long black vehicle, like an old school Lincoln from the movies, sitting across from the main entrance. The windows were pitch black, and while the engine hummed, the car just sat there, completely still. Something felt weird about it, not dangerous exactly, but like I was being observed. As I walked across the grass toward the crosswalk, the passenger window slid down. The man inside looked bizarre. Paper white skin, short silver white hair, cut military style, black suit with a white shirt, no tie. He wore sunglasses despite the cloudy day. His smile was all wrong. His mouth moved, but nothing else did. His face stayed frozen. Then he spoke in this flat, rehearsed voice. It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see. I froze. My throat went dry. Nobody knew about what happened last night, not even my cousin. My phone stayed in my pocket. The window went up, and the car glided away silently, disappearing behind the trees near the senior lot. I bolted home and locked myself in my room. That night, I kept my phone's flashlight on beside my bed. Sleep didn't come easy. The car didn't show up Tuesday or Wednesday, but other weird stuff started happening. My phone would randomly freeze. My school ID stopped working, then started again. My Spotify account completely reset one day. All my playlists and history just vanished. I had to log back in even though I hadn't changed anything. Then on Friday, someone messed with my algebra binder during lunch. When I got back to class, every single paper was upside down, though still in perfect order. I asked my friends if they'd pulled a prank, but everyone denied it. The whole thing had me rattled. I've been running this small-time YouTube channel with my friend Tyler, documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. Nothing serious, just a hobby alongside our regular jobs in Albany. We check out spots when people emailed us, take some photos, shoot video, that kind of thing. This guy Len contacted us about something he'd seen in Midburg. Quiet older man, probably in his 60s. He told us about 3 white lights that dropped behind his property line, past the trees, around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No sound, no breeze, just lights. He walked out there the next day and found this perfect circle in the moss about 20 feet across. One weekend changed everything. A bunch of strange stuff started happening after that. I began noticing this car near my school, black, expensive looking, with a man in a suit inside. He rolled down his window one day and told me not to think about some fireball. None of my friends saw anything when I pointed it out. Someone even joked I was haunted. Things got weirder the next Monday during a fire drill. We were all out on the soccer field when I spotted someone by the visitor bleachers. Same suit, same hair, just standing there watching us. Blinked once and he vanished. My friend Kayla couldn't see him either when I tried showing her. I looked up floating light cornfield, Nebraska online that night but found nothing useful, just drones, weather balloons and fireworks videos. Later, I drove back to that road in daylight. The corn was still tall, but there were no signs of anything unusual. No marks, no tracks, nothing but dirt and corn stalks. The car never showed up again. Not at school or anywhere in town. But now I get this weird feeling at night, like someone's watching me through the walls. I keep my blinds shut all the time now. When I happen to drive past that field, I make sure to look the other way. We were roommates for 3 years, Tyler and I, living on the second floor of a walk-up on Western Avenue. That Saturday started normal enough. We drove out to check this weird spot Len had found in the woods. The ground there looked strange, flat and dry, like something had squashed it down. We packed light, just cameras and Tyler's cheap EMF meter he always brought along for kicks. The hike took about 40 minutes before we reached the clearing. The ring was still visible, though not as distinct as in Len's photos. You could see where something had packed down the earth, and the moss around the edges had a different tint to it. The whole scene felt off. No wind, no birds, not even bugs, just trees creaking now and then. We spent hours there, flying the drone, collecting soil samples for fun. Tyler claimed he felt vibrations through his boots at one point, but I didn't notice anything. As dusk came on, we headed back to the car. Everything seemed fine on the drive home. We even stopped for burgers, laughing about how Len might have just dragged a pool out there to mess with everyone. It was after 10 o'clock when we got back to our split-level apartment. Right away, something felt wrong. The door wasn't properly latched. It swung open with just a light push. Tyler swore he double-checked the locks like always. We entered carefully, thinking we'd been robbed, but our stuff was untouched. Laptops, TV, everything where we'd left it, except the mirrors. Every single one had been turned around. The bathroom mirror faced the wall. My full-length mirror was reversed. Tyler's mirror lay face down on his carpet, unbroken. Nothing else was disturbed, and all windows were still locked from inside. We never called the police. What would we say? Nothing stolen, no forced entry, just turned mirrors. That night was endless. Tyler camped out in the living room with all the lights on. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, feeling like someone was just beyond my sight. At 3 a.m., I went for water and found Tyler at the window, staring through the blinds. Without turning, he said, "There's someone down there." That night in late October was perfect for astrophotography. Clear, dry, and cold, with stars that really popped against the dark sky. I was alone on the ridge just after midnight, setting up for some long exposure shots of the Milky Way. It's been my escape for a few years now, this stargazing hobby, a way to disconnect and focus on something bigger than everyday life. The strange events had started days earlier. Tyler and I spotted a man in a black suit standing under the sodium street lamp across from our building. He wore no coat or hat despite the drizzle, his arms hanging stiffly at his sides. For 30 minutes, he just stood there staring up at our window, completely motionless. When I tried to photograph him, he didn't show up in the frame, just an empty street. Around 4 a.m., he finally walked away, turning the corner at an unhurried pace. We stayed home from work the next day, checking locks and discussing our options, whether to report it, ignore it, or even move. While we didn't feel directly threatened, the whole situation left us unsettled. Things got stranger when we tried reviewing our footage from the woods. The drone clips and soil samples were intact, but Tyler's handheld camera files had vanished. Specifically, everything after we'd noticed that unusual silence in the clearing, they weren't corrupted or mislabeled. They simply didn't exist anymore. That evening brought another oddity. The street lamp right across from our building started flickering erratically, as if someone was toying with the power switch. I watched it for a while before closing the blinds. We didn't talk about it the next morning, just went through our normal routines with coffee and small tie. But I knew this wasn't over. The man in the black suit would appear again in my cramped campus dark room. Surrounded by concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights, I was developing film from a night shoot I'd done in northern Vermont. I'm a photography major, and this basement lab space has become like a second home. Quiet, oddly comforting, with its familiar smell of chemicals and developing trays. The shoot itself had been simple enough. I'd found this perfect spot about 20 minutes from my place, a small dirt path leading to a clearing on an east-facing ridge, no streetlights for miles. Using an old Canon AE-1 film camera with some expired Kodak Ektachrome from a thrift store, I'd set up my tripod and started taking 30-second exposures at ISO 600, hoping to capture star trails around Polaris. I love shooting film. It makes you slow down, forces patience. After an hour of shooting, I'd packed up and headed home. The next morning, I started developing the film. The first few strips looked promising as they hung to dry with beautiful star trails. But then something caught my eye on one roll. Sharp geometric streaks cutting across the star trails above the ridge. These weren't random marks, they looked deliberate, like patterns drawn in light. The shapes became even more bizarre when I printed them in the enlarger. There were triangles, diamonds, even a hexagon, all glowing with a faint white light. While the stars were blurred from the exposure, these shapes remained crisp and rigid. I checked the negatives again, thinking it might be a scratch or processing error. My friend Claire from the photography department suggested it could be light graffiti or a film glitch when I showed her the prints. Though I nodded along, something about those shapes stayed with me. I tried going back to the ridge a few nights later, but clouds had rolled in, blocking Bron any chance of recreating the shot. When I returned to the dark room a few days later to make more prints, the first sign something was wrong came from Mr. Carver, the elderly janitor at the darkroom. His expression was off when I said hello, like he was holding back information. I reached for my prints and negatives in my locker, only to discover the entire set with geometric streaks was gone. When I asked him about it, he told me about some official-looking men in black suits who'd shown up after hours. They'd been asking weird questions, he said, about lights, long exposures, and capturing things that shouldn't be captured. According to Mr. Carver, they seemed particularly interested in anyone taking... They mentioned something about too much light and things better left unseen. The whole thing made them nervous, like they didn't want people snooping around. The darkroom visits became a daily routine after that, hoping the prints would turn up. My negatives were still there, untouched, but that uneasy feeling wouldn't leave my stomach. Then things got stranger. Walking home from the campus library one night, I spotted a black sedan under a street lamp. Two men in dark suits sat inside, and as I passed, their headlights flickered. One of them was definitely watching me. I rushed home and locked everything. A series of odd incidents followed over the next week. My phone kept dying despite barely being used. I'd see movement outside my window, but nothing was there when I looked. My car's headlights mysteriously dimmed one night while driving. I stayed away from the ridge and kept quiet about it all, even with Claire. Then came the email to my school account. No subject line, just one sentence. "You've seen too much light lately." The sender was unknown, and my message went unanswered. That same night, a shadow appeared outside my apartment, vanishing when I took a closer look. I told myself it was just the streetlight playing tricks, but I still moved all my negatives and prints somewhere safer. Those men in black never showed up again, but their presence lingered in my mind. I never meant to find anything unusual that day. Just another afternoon of searching through public satellite data, feeding my fascination with UFOs, restricted military zones, and other mysterious places. That's my hobby. Not as a professional, just someone who loves diving into these mysteries. The images from southern Utah caught my eye. Right near a military testing zone, there was this off-limits area. What made it interesting were these strange geometric shapes in the desert floor. Perfect, symmetrical indentations that looked intentionally made. I searched everywhere but found no mention of them. Not in news articles, not in forums, nowhere. I spent time cleaning up those images and shared them on a small forum for enthusiasts like me. Added coordinates, close-ups, everything needed to show others what I'd discovered. The shapes haunted my thoughts that night as I lay in bed. They seemed purposeful, but the questions kept coming. Who made them? Why was the area restricted? Why weren't people talking about this? That's when things got strange. Around midnight, someone knocked on my door. Living alone in my small apartment on the outskirts of town, late-night visitors weren't normal. At first I dismissed it as a prank or confused neighbor, but the knocking continued. Slow, methodical. Through the peephole, I saw nothing. When I opened the door slightly, there stood a man in an old-style dark suit, like something from a government agent movie. No introduction, just a quiet but demanding question. "What do you think you saw?" Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. He did, his tone now carrying a hint of warning. I slammed the door, locked it, and tried to keep calm. Maybe he was law enforcement or something normal. but it felt wrong. There was a sense of being watched after that. I never understood what those shapes were, but I gave up taking pictures of the night sky. It just didn't feel safe anymore. The Mount Kelsey Observatory sits about 40 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona, perched on a remote ridge among pine trees. As a night security guard there for 3 years, my job was usually quiet and routine. But everything changed one night. It started with knocking at my door, steady, methodical knocks every 3 minutes. When I checked the peephole, the hallway was empty, yet the knocking continued, echoing down the corridor like clockwork. I secured all the windows and doors, but felt increasingly uneasy. My phone showed no signal, which was strange since reception was normally fine here. The hours dragged by as I sat near the door, listening to those relentless knocks. I couldn't sleep. The sound was driving me crazy. Not just the knocking, but a faint buzz that seemed to hover underneath it. The air around the door grew oddly cold despite my heater running. I felt watched, but not in any normal way I could explain. I wanted to call the police, but what would I tell them? That invisible hands were knocking on my door? I wasn't even sure if I was imagining things anymore. The knocking continued until sunrise, then stopped as suddenly as it began. By mid-morning, when I finally opened the door, the hallway was completely empty. No footprints, no evidence anyone had been there. Later that day, I discovered something even stranger. The thread I'd posted about those satellite images had vanished completely, deleted without warning or explanation. The whole thing felt connected somehow. The mysterious man, the endless knocking, the disappeared post. I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't meant to see. Those shapes I spotted in the satellite photos are still there, still visible on the maps that survived the deletion, but I don't look at them anymore. And if I ever hear that knocking again, my door is staying shut. The observatory was my kind of place, quiet and peaceful, perfect for clearing my head. The location was ideal for telescopes, with nothing but empty land stretching for miles. My job was simple enough: night security, working from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., mostly just checking the grounds and watching for any disturbances. That night in mid-October changed everything. The moon was barely there, just a thin slice in the dark sky. Around midnight during my regular patrol, I spotted something odd over the East Ridge near the facility. 2 bright spheres hung in the air, about 50 feet apart right above the trees. They weren't like normal aircraft, no blinking lights, no movement, just steady pale blue-white glow. I checked them out with my binoculars and flashlight, thinking someone might be playing with spotlights or lanterns. But these lights were different, completely still, floating without any visible support. They stayed that way for about 5 minutes while I radioed the control room to report what I was seeing. They told me to keep my distance and just watch. Then things got stranger. The spheres started moving straight up, totally silent, keeping the same distance between them. They moved faster than any aircraft I'd ever seen, climbing higher and higher until they vanished into the night sky in seconds. I spent the rest of my shift searching for explanations. I checked all the cameras and walked the whole area, but found nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of anyone near the ridge. When I wrote up my report, I stuck to the facts. 2 bright lights, hovering still, and then gone. The next morning took an odd turn. My manager Jeff was there when I arrived, but he wasn't himself. He seemed nervous, watching the door like he was expecting trouble. He barely got out of morning mark before 2 men walked in wearing dark suits. Their visit started normally enough. Just 2 men in crisp black suits walking into the office. Jeff made a brief introduction saying they were from Homeland Security and wanted to discuss my report, but something felt off right away. They didn't share names, just showed metal badges with numbers. 0473 and 8921. What really got to me was their eyes. They never blinked, not once during the whole interview. They just stared straight ahead with this inhuman steadiness that made my skin crawl. It was like looking at mannequins trying to pass as people. The interview itself was straightforward. They asked me to go over everything I'd put in my report. The spheres, their movement patterns, the eerie silence, my failed attempts to explain what I'd seen. They just nodded along, trading looks with each other now and then. They didn't take notes. Jeff stayed quiet in the corner the whole time. After about 20 minutes, they left without any real closure. I caught a whisper about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena as they walked out. The whole thing left me feeling unsettled, and the day just got stranger from there. The security cameras kept cutting to static, and Jeff wouldn't look me in the eye anymore. That night when I went back to work, hoping things would return to normal, I saw them again, the same two spheres hanging in exactly the same spot. But this time, everything felt different. The forest went dead quiet, no wind, no animals, nothing. Just this low electrical hum behind me. When I looked at the spheres, one of them flickered like a bad TV signal. My stomach dropped. That, Seta. I started moving toward the observatory's telescope dome. I tried radioing control, but all I got was static and my own garbled voice. The spheres stayed above the dome for about 10 minutes before disappearing. The whole thing felt deeply wrong, like reality itself was glitching around me. I was never one for spooky stories or conspiracy theories, but my October night near Fallon, Nevada changed everything. I'm Jake, an urban explorer who checks out historic abandoned sites, not for thrills, but for their stories. That evening started simply enough with me heading to a decommissioned missile silo a few miles outside town. The silo sat in scrubland behind a fence that wasn't exactly Fort Knox. A big concrete hole gaped where missiles once waited, stretching deep underground. I left my truck on a dirt road and walked over late afternoon, the sun hanging low and orange. The air felt dry and cool, with a light wind stirring. Everything seemed normal at first, just cracked concrete walls with old graffiti, and my boots crunching on gravel in that ear-pressing silence. When I peered down the dark shaft, my phone's flashlight barely cut through the first few feet. I couldn't sleep for 2 days after what happened next. The spheres that had been appearing suddenly stopped showing up after those strange agents visited, but something still felt off. At work, security cameras kept catching glimpses of something moving too fast for a person, too unclear for an animal. The observatory had other weird signs, footprints that led nowhere, small burnt patches of grass near the equipment sheds. Jeff just brushed it off as wildlife or trespassers when I mentioned it. Things eventually settled back to normal, but I never forgot those unblinking eyes or those silent spheres hovering in the still forest. I kept working nights, but whenever the wind died and everything went quiet, I'd wonder if they'd return. I don't have any real answers, just a collection of unexplainable moments. Even now, I still find myself glancing over my shoulder sometimes, just to make sure. Something drew me down into that old shaft that day. The air hit me first, cool and stale, like a tomb that hadn't been opened in years. Nobody was supposed to be there but me, so I took my time setting up, pulling out rope, and making a proper harness. That's when I caught it. Dim flicker deep in the shadows below, like someone's phone screen lighting up. I told myself it was just sunlight playing tricks, but I kept watching anyway. 20 feet down, the shaft walls was slick with moisture. The musty smell of old metal and earth got stronger as I descended. The light I'd spotted earlier was gone, but my flashlight picked up something else. A strange series of lights along the far wall, deeper in the shaft. They pulsed irregularly in blues and whites, nothing like normal lanterns. My voice bounced weird off the concrete when I called out. My heart started racing for no good reason, and I climbed back up. The wind had picked up by then, and darkness was creeping in. I looked around carefully. No footprints, no cars, no lights, nothing to show anyone else had been there. Back at my truck, things got stranger. My phone had no signal, which happens out there, but the radio was completely dead too, not even static. I headed for town, nothing but starlight and Fallon's distant glow on the horizon to keep my headlights company. The weirdness followed me home. Halfway there, my dashboard went haywire, gauges jumping all over. The radio suddenly kicked on with this low electrical hum, then died before I could touch it. My apartment looked normal enough. Same mess of clothes and books everywhere, but in my mailbox was a single photo, no envelope, just a photo with a note scrawled on the back. "We're not buried that deep." It started on the dock just after midnight. The lake was flat, the kind of still that swallows sound whole. Under thick clouds hiding the moon, I waited in that damp, heavy air that promises rain, hoping to catch those strange lights I'd been seeing. I'm Lisa Moreno, and what happened next still haunts me. The photo appeared on my doorstep, a grainy black and white shot taken from above. I recognized the silo immediately, seen from the air at night. There I was, my silhouette at the edge of its opening, hands on the concrete rim, looking down. I couldn't understand how anyone got that photo or why they'd sent it. My second-floor apartment has no windows facing that direction, and only my landlord and I have keys. After my first encounter at the silo, I kept questioning whether I'd imagined the lights or if someone had been down there with me. Daily visits alone and with friends showed nothing unusual. No lights, sounds, footprints, or signs of others. The silence was unnatural. A week later, I was passing the silo at dusk when my truck's radio died. Under the clear, fading sunset, That same low, steady hum returned. I killed the engine and stepped out into the heavy air. The usually noisy cicadas had gone quiet. That's when I saw it. The faint glow beyond the tree line, hovering low, flickering between blue and white. It wasn't any aircraft I knew. No wings, no sound. I couldn't make myself call out. Minutes later, the light faded into nothing. Back home, I locked everything and checked the windows 3 times, but sleep wouldn't come for days. The strange occurrences continue. Porch lights flicker without cause, my phone acts up, and mysterious photos appear in my gallery. Just static and odd shapes. I still don't know who took that photo above the silo, or why the 88 were watching me. Part of me doesn't want to find out. I've been tracking some strange events from my cabin near Ashford, Washington. The location is perfect for what I do, documenting unusual occurrences that catch my attention. It's right on the edge of wilderness, barely hanging on to civilization. The whole thing started with lights over the lake last week. I was taking some casual photos when I noticed them. These weird glowing orbs that moved in ways that defied explanation. They weren't aircraft, animals, or any natural phenomenon I could identify. They just hovered there, darting around in patterns that seemed almost intentional. The lake was dead silent as they formed loose circles in the air, dancing up and down through the fog. I captured some video footage that night. Not because I was trying to prove anything. I'm not that kind of person. It was just too bizarre not to document. When I showed the clips to my friend Jamie over coffee the next morning, he suggested it might be drones. But something about their fluid movements and the way they blended with the mist didn't fit that explanation. Things started getting stranger after that. While editing the footage one night, my cabin's power cut out for about 10 seconds. The rest of the street stayed lit, and my unplugged laptop mysteriously froze despite having plenty of battery. Around the lake, my phone began acting up, rapid battery drain, GPS failures, compass going haywire. I decided to take a break from my nightly observations and get some sleep. Around 3 a.m. I heard an odd noise at my porch door. Not quite a knock, more like something dragging across the wood. I normally leave that door unlocked since nobody comes around here at night, but thankfully this time I hadn't. When I looked through the peephole, there was a man standing there. The night shift at a small gas station outside Salem. Oh, Reagan changed everything. That's where it started, with a man in black standing at the door. No hat, no gloves, just dark clothes from head to toe. His face was hidden, but I knew he was staring right at me. He didn't move, didn't speak when I whispered, "Who are you?" through the door. I almost called the police, but then I spotted something on the ground. A photograph, old and yellow around the edges. When I carefully opened the door to grab it, the man had vanished. No footprints, no sound, just gone. The photo shocked me. It was me as a child, maybe 6 or 7, smiling in a park, wearing the blue jacket my mum got me that winter. The next morning, I showed it to Jamie. He studied it carefully and asked where I'd found it. After I explained, he looked worried. We decided to keep it quiet. I was already feeling unsettled enough. Things got stranger after that night. Unknown numbers kept calling my phone but never left messages. The lights across the lake still flickered, but now I felt eyes on me even inside my cabin. Sometimes I'd hear tapping on the windows but find nothing there. I started carrying pepper spray and a flashlight everywhere. I still don't understand the connection between the man in black, the mysterious lights, and all the weird things that happened. But that night made me notice things I'd missed before. How the fog moves too fast, the way houses lose power in strange patterns, those moments when everything goes completely still. Now when I look at the lake at night, I sometimes see movement in the darkness beyond the trees. The photo sits on my desk next to my camera, still a mystery. I haven't shared it with anyone else yet, but I keep it close, wondering what it all means. It was just another shift at the highway convenience store. You know, one of those places where people grab coffee and snacks before hitting the long stretches of rest-age sacks of minus in F-Road or heading into the woods. The weather that Tuesday in early October had been miserable all day. Low grey clouds, occasional drizzle, and when night fell, this biting chill crept in. The kind that slips under your clothes and makes you regret not bringing warmer layers. While the wind whispers through the trees and everything feels strangely hollow. I'm Tyler, and I've never been one for supernatural stuff. At least, that's how I felt before that night. About 3 hours into my shift, I was behind the counter checking my phone when I heard the door's bell. In walked 2 men who could have been copies of each other. Same height, same build, identical dark slicked back hair, wearing these old school black suits that looked custom made. There was something off about how they moved. Slow and purposeful, like they had all the time in the world but knew exactly what they wanted. They didn't look around the store or make eye contact, just stood there at the counter, still as sculptures. One asked for Marlboros in this flat, low voice. The other wanted 2 black coffees. They paid with $100 bills, took their change without a word. No thanks, no chat, nothing. That's when I noticed the smell. Cold and metallic. Like ozone before a storm, but different. Stronger. Wrong. Somehow. Not bad. Just it filled the air around them and stayed in the store long after they left. As they turned to go, one of them leaned in close and whispered, "The sky is safer when it's empty." When I asked what he meant, he just gave this tiny nod and walked out with his twin. I couldn't move for a minute, just watching the door close while that strange cold scent hung in the air. Strange things started happening at the gas station after those 2 men came in. They'd walked straight to the counter that night, not buying anything, just standing there while a bitter Czech Mikal smell hung around them despite the heater running full blast. At the time, I wrote them off as eccentric locals or cult members and tried to get back to my routine. The nights that followed turned everything strange. The familiar warmth of the store became sharp and tense, that chemical smell somehow lingering in the air. The sky changed too, pitch black without a single star, despite weather reports promising rain all week. Street lamps cast shadows that didn't match what made them, and once I caught a dark shape moving between the pines before it vanished, the security camera started acting weird. 2 black cars that always sat in the far corner disappeared from the feed for exactly 33 seconds before popping back into view like nothing happened. When I told my manager, they just said to reset the system and move on. Everything began to blur together. I'd hear this low humming sound like an idling engine somewhere in the distance, but whenever I went to check, I found nothing. No cars, no people, total stillness. Then one night, I spotted something pale and round gliding silently above the trees, moving too smoothly to be a plane or helicopter. It slipped behind the clouds and left the sky darker than before. My coworkers dismissed it as fog or airplane lights, but there hadn't been any fog that night. A week after those men visited, the store's bell jingled and nearly gave me a heart attack. But it was just a woman buying soda. Still, something felt different about the place, like it was holding its breath, waiting. Then came the strangest night of all. The strange events began on an autumn night in Cedar Falls, Iowa. I was driving back from my hospital shift after midnight, tired but alert enough to notice the unusual fog creeping in along the edges of the road. The trees stood like dark sentinels along the highway, barely visible beyond my headlight light. To reach, the moon played hide-and-seek behind low-drifting clouds in an otherwise clear sky. It was around 4 a.m. when things took an even stranger turn at work. The wind was fierce that night, making the building's siding rattle. I was finishing up my shift, running a cloth over the counters and dreaming of my bed when they appeared. 2 men in black suits with slick hair and expressionless faces walked straight to the counter. They brought with them that thick, heavy, cold smell I'd come to recognize. The first man's words came out like a whisper, almost threatening. "The sky is safer when it's empty." I couldn't find my voice to respond, just managed to nod, feeling trapped in some surreal moment. They handed me a plain envelope without any markings. "Keep it safe," the second man said before they both turned and left. Later, when I finally opened the envelope, I found only a few photos inside. They showed blurry images of the night sky, strange lights, and long shadows stretching across the trees near the gas station. The meaning still escapes me to this day. I still work nights at the same gas station, keeping watch over the sky during my shifts. That cold smell returns occasionally, usually before the darkness deepens unnaturally. Though I don't expect those men to return, something feels different now. When the wind picks up and everything goes quiet, I can't shake the feeling of being watched from the treetops. They might be right about the sky being safer when it's empty, but that doesn't make me feel any safer at all. The night started normally enough until I noticed something scratched into my windshield as I pulled into my driveway. What looked like dirt at first turned out to be words clearly etched in the glass. "Look up, Les." It seemed fresh, like someone had just carved it with a key or something sharp. That's when I spotted the black sedan parkee D about 50 yards down the street. Nothing special about it, no markings or headlights, but its engine was running quietly in the night. Oddly enough, no one was inside. I stood on my porch watching it, wondering if this was someone's idea of a joke, but the car just sat there idling, like it was waiting for something. The strange part was what happened earlier that night. The sky had lit up with swirling, colored bands of light, mostly greens and blues, shifting and twisting with their own rhythm. It wasn't lightning or fireworks, and definitely not the northern lights I sometimes catch out here in the country. This was different. I'd pulled over onto the shoulder to get a better look. The cold air and fog swirled around my boots as I stepped out. Above me, the whole sky danced with that hypnotic light. The air felt charged with electricity, but everything was eerily quiet except for trees rustling faintly. When I tried to record it on my phone, the screen just flickered and the camera wouldn't focus. After a few seconds, the lights faded like smoke, leaving just regular stars dimly visible through the fog. I got back in my car and kept driving, debating whether to call my brother about it. I decided against it. He'd probably just dismiss it as drone lights or airplanes. Instead of investigating the idle car, I went inside and locked my door. The next morning, I asked some neighbors about the lights and the windshield message, but no one had seen anything unusual. The first sign was the black car, engine always running, never anyone inside. It would appear down the street, vanish when I looked away, then show up a few blocks over. No one else saw it, and the police weren't worried when I reported it. The nights got stranger. A low humming sound started coming from the woods behind my house, like an electrical transformer, but there wasn't any equipment out there. Then came the light. Around 3 a.m., my bedroom lit up with bright, pure white light that made everything glow like daytime. When I checked outside, the street was empty and the black car was gone. I went out to investigate through the thick fog that hung around the trees. No trace of the car anywhere. By morning, I found a message carved into my front yard maple tree. Stop watching. The writing looked just like the message from the windshield, rough but intentional. I kept that to myself, figuring it might be kids playing pranks. Asking around the neighborhood didn't help much. Some people mentioned weird lights in the sky. One neighbor's dog had been barking at nothing for hours. That's when I started feeling it. Not like someone watching with binoculars, but some presence just beyond my sight. My shadow wasn't always alone under the streetlights, and a faint glow would sometimes appear behind the tree line at night. I stopped going outside after dark, but the strange events followed me home. One night I heard leaves crunching by my back door. The yard was empty when I looked, just tree branches scraping the window in the wind. My phone wouldn't connect when I tried calling a friend. Late September in Flagstaff, Arizona brought that dry, crisp feeling to the air. I'd found this perfect spot called Devil's Ridge a couple years back while hiking. A quiet place far from the city lights where the stars shine incredibly bright. The night turned colder than I expected after sunset, but I was prepared with my camera gear, tripod, lenses, and phone. The silence was profound out there, broken only by wind whistling through scrub and pine needles. About an hour after sundown, I got everything set up to catch the Milky Way as it emerged. While I adjusted my camera settings and checked exposures, the sky delivered exactly what I'd hoped for, a stunning blanket, F-stars. That's when I caught something in my peripheral vision, a motionless figure standing on the opposite ridge across the valley. Strange things started happening after that. My fully charged phone battery mysteriously died, and the usually strong signal at my house became oddly weak. Time began behaving strangely. Hours seemed to pass at different speeds, and the clock would sometimes jump forward 10 or 15 minutes. When I looked away, I considered calling the police again, but worried about sounding crazy. Then came the black car. I was having a cigarette on my porch one night when it crept down my street. No headlights, engine barely making a sound. It stopped right in front of my house and just waited there. Nobody got out. After what felt like forever, it pulled away and vanished into the fog. Eventually, things settled down. The messages stopped, the lights disappeared from the sky, and the black car never returned. I went back to my normal life. The scratches on my windshield and the tree have almost completely faded now. But sometimes, especially when I'm driving late at night or sitting alone outside, I feel that same subtle presence watching me, like a gentle pressure on my neck. I still don't understand who left those messages, why that car kept appearing, what those lights were, or what Look Up Less meant. But something was definitely there, something I can't quite explain. Up on the ridge that night, everything seemed normal until I spotted it. A black figure standing perfectly still against the starlit sky. The shape was perched on a narrow rock outcrop, completely motionless and dressed entirely in black. Without any distinguishing features visible, it could have been another photographer or hiker. Though I hadn't heard anyone approach this remote spot, I called out softly at first, then louder, but got no response. The figure remained fro 5 tractor 5, zen in place until an instant it simply disappeared. Not hiding or walking away, just gone, as if someone had flipped a switch. After checking twice to confirm what I'd seen, I tried convincing myself it was just tricks of light or my imagination playing games in the darkness. My hands were trembling as I attempted to return to my photography, and that's when my phone rang. The number was just random digits, unfamiliar. Something compelled me to answer, and I heard a distorted, ice-cold voice deliver 3 words, "We're watching." Then, silence. I stood there frozen, my heart racing in the increasingly chilly air, debating whether to investigate or leave. Though I tried to rationalize it as a prank, that voice felt too real, too sinister. I chose to drive home, taking the scenic desert route. The drive was unsettling. Static filled the radio, and phantom headlights kept appearing in my rearview mirror, vanishing when I turned to look. At home, I checked my phone thoroughly, battery level, call history, apps, but found nothing unusual. The next day, I brought friends to investigate the ridge. We searched for footprints or any evidence, but discovered nothing disturbed in the rocks and dirt. That evening at home, I glimpsed a shadow moving between trees across my street. I wanted to believe it was just a neighbor or animal, but deep down I wasn't so sure. Working nights as a security guard at a classified military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, isn't usually exciting. I spend my midnight to 8 a.m. shifts watching screens in a small security room, making sure no one goes where they shouldn't. Most nights, it's just me, the quiet hum of machines, and the soft glow of monitors in the dimmed light. That changed 2 weeks ago. Around 3 a.m., during my usual scan of the perimeter cameras, something caught my eye on the feed showing a stretch of road half a mile from the Jumegia main gates. At exactly 3:02 a.m., a black sedan, looked like a late 90s or early 2000s model, pulled up without headlights and stopped. What happened next still haunts me. 2 men stepped out of the car, but their movements were wrong. They didn't walk, they glided, floating inches above the ground. They stood together, completely still, scanning the horizon. No blinking, no natural head movements, just this eerie, rigid stance that lasted about 2 minutes. Even their shadows seemed off. I've been back to Devil's Ridge several times since then, but that figure hasn't appeared again. Still, something feels different now. When I'm out there, I get the sensation of being watched, like their eyes just beyond my sight. My phone rings sometimes with calls from unknown numbers, but when I answer, there's only silence. I don't understand what I saw that night or who those figures were. All I know is that out there in the darkness under the stars, something was paying attention. That base is one of those places locals whisper about but never discuss openly. They call it classified, off-limits to civilians. And after what I saw, I understand why some secrets stay in the shadows. It started during my night shift at the guard station, watching the security feeds. At 3 a.m., a black car pulled up on the monitors, and 2 men stepped out in a way that made my skin crawl. They weren't walking, they were gliding, floating just above the ground. The strangest part? No shadows anywhere, even with the streetlights behind them. The other guards noticed it too. One radioed me asking if I was seeing this. Before I could do much more than confirm, the men drifted backward to their car, feet hovering above the pavement. Their vehicle moved forward without headlights and vanished into the night. When I tried reviewing the footage, the feed suddenly cut out. All screens went net dark momentarily, coming back with daytime recordings from earlier. The 3 a.m. incident was completely erased. My supervisor brushed it off when I reported it, telling me to stick to routine patrols. The other guards either missed it or stayed quiet about what they'd seen. I spent the next few nights watching that camera, but nothing unusual appeared. The base remained quiet, except for the wind and distant machinery. A few days later, things got weirder. I was driving home on the same road when I spotted an unlit car parked on the shoulder. When I slowed to check if someone needed help, the vehicle was empty. Local residents started sharing stories about unexplainable lights near the base, strange sounds in the hills, and objects moving unnaturally. I'm still working security there. The 3 a.m. feed is now heavily monitored, and I keep watching those cameras. On quiet nights when the wind blows through the hills, something feels off, like unseen eyes are watching the base. I can't explain what I saw that night, whether it was military testing or something more mysterious, but those shadowless men and the vanishing footage weren't natural. I was hiking in the Cascades between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. Late October, it started as a typical escape from Seattle's urban grind. I'm Claire, a graphic designer who sometimes needs a break from the city's constant buzz. That day, I headed to the forest trails around noon, planning a simple 5-6 mile hike. The weather had that early fall, feeling not quite cold, but crisp. Rain from earlier in the week left the forest air thick and damp, with heavy clouds hanging overhead. The trail was peaceful, just how I liked it, with only the occasional runner or someone walking their dog passing by. Around 3 miles in, something caught my eye. There, next to some ferns, sat a black briefcase. It looked oddly, out of place, scratched up, but positioned carefully upright on the dirt. No logos, no markings, just plain matte black. When I checked it out, I found no way to open it, no keyhole, no combination lock. It reminded me of those hard cases people use for cameras or musical equipment, but this one was sealed tight. I tried the handle, gave it a shake, but nothing. I figured someone would come back for it and kept hiking. That's when things started getting strange. The forest atmosphere changed. Everything felt heavier, like sound couldn't travel properly. Bird calls and leaf rustles seemed far away, muffled. When I reached my turnaround point and passed that spot again, the briefcase had vanished. No traces left behind, no disturbed ferns, no footprints, nothing. The oddness followed me home. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My phone started acting up, the battery drained quickly, calls had static, and the screen would randomly flicker. Looking back, I still can't explain what happened that day in the forest, but it definitely wasn't normal. The Melrose Gazette doesn't usually cover anything more exciting than county fairs and city council meetings. That's why, when I heard about a crop circle appearing overnight on a farm outside Melrose, Nebraska, I couldn't resist checking it out. Something about the story pulled at me, even though I wasn't supposed to be there that night. I drove out just after dusk. Rain had left the farm's dirt road slick, and mist was rolling in from the Platte River. Corn stalks stretched like shadows on both sides, reaching up to brush the low clouds. I noticed a strange smell in the damp air, earthy but with something else. Something metallic. My editor had okayed a quick piece, so I parked near the field's edge with my camera and notepad ready to explore. Hank, the farmer, was still rattled, but have me permission to look around. A few days after that night, weird things started happening. Small things, but they made me uneasy. I went back to the trailhead one afternoon to clear my head. That's when I saw him, a man in a clean black suit and tie, standing by the parking lot. His dark hair was neatly combed, but his eyes, they weren't just tired eyes. They were empty, like nothing lived behind them. He just watched me silently as I started down the trail. When I stopped and looked back thinking he might say something, he turned and walked away, his feet barely making a sound on the gravel. I can't shake the feeling that he was somehow connected to the briefcase I'd found. I went back later to check the spot where I'd seen the briefcase, but found no trace of it, no signs anyone or anything had been there. While I haven't seen that man in person again, I sometimes catch glimpses of someone at the edge of my vision, someone in a black suit with those same hollow eyes. Questions keep nagging at me. What was in that briefcase? Why was it there, and where did it go? I don't have answers, just an unsettling feeling that something was watching me, waiting, or trying to communicate in some way I couldn't understand. In the middle of that cornfield, I found a perfect circle about 50 feet wide. The stalks were all bent flat to the ground, not broken, just pressed down in perfect rings and lines. It looked too precise, like someone had used a stencil. The ground was still wet, and the corn hadn't started wilting. This was fresh work. The first thing that hit me was the silence. The world had gone completely quiet, no bugs buzzing, no leaves rustling, just the soft squish of my boots in the mud. Even the farm dogs down the road had fallen silent. It felt wrong. I started taking photos and making notes in the cool air, watching my breath make little clouds. That's when I noticed my phone battery draining crazy fast, dropping from 70% to 20% in under 10 minutes. I hadn't even been using it much. Could have been the dampness affecting it. The mist started getting thick as I stepped back to look at the circle from a distance. The corn seemed to press in around me, tall stalks blocking everything beyond the field. Then I heard footsteps behind me. My heart jumped as I spun around, but there was nothing there, just corn swaying in the breeze. Next came the voices, men's voices, calm and low, just far enough away that I couldn't catch the words. Sounded like they were repeating a question. I walked toward the sound, and suddenly 2 men appeared in the fog. They wore black business suits without ties, their shoes somehow spotless despite the mud. They looked completely out of place. One of them looked right at me and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His quiet voice cut straight through the silence. When I asked what he meant, they just stared with dark, unreadable eyes. The second man never spoke. The mist grew thicker as I stepped backward, my skin crawling. Before I could say anything else, they turned and disappeared into the cornfield like ghosts. I called after them, but the fog swallowed my words. I stood there for a long time, trying to understand what had just happened. The voices, that strange question, those men appearing and vanishing like they were never there. The photos started about 2 weeks before the mysterious car appeared. I was on State Route 42 late one night, that empty stretch of highway on the edge of town. I'd stopped at an overlook to stretch and get some air. The night was clear and cool, stars twinkling above, when I looked up and saw something hovering about 50 feet over the highway's centerline, just a dark shape. A black sedan started showing up outside my house around 11 p.m. every night. At first, I thought it was just someone visiting nearby. A clean new model with blacked-out windows, no plates, parked perfectly along the curb. I checked it out from my porch, but the driver just sat there, engine off. My neighbor Tim hadn't noticed anything unusual when I asked, but night after night for a week, that car appeared in the same spot. I watched from my window, growing uneasy, never able to see through those tinted windows, though I knew someone was inside. The next morning I returned with a farmer and some deputies to find the crop circle completely gone. The corn stood tall like nothing had ever happened. No footprints, no machinery marks, nothing disturbed. I still have the photos from the night before, though the mist in them looks oddly thick, like a curtain. I rarely talk about what happened, the circle, the men, that question. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a strange dream, or if I really encountered something beyond explanation. But when heavy mist rolls into Melrose, I remember that echoing question and realize I still don't have an answer. The black sedan appeared outside my house a couple days after I saw that strange object in the sky. It just sat there with blacked-out windows, no lights, clearly watching. I tried telling myself it was nothing, maybe someone monitoring the neighborhood, but deep down, I knew better. I hadn't done anything wrong, had no enemies, owed no money. The only thing different was those photos on my phone. The object I'd photographed was unlike anything I'd ever seen, smooth and rounded, without wings or typical aircraft features. It hung there silently, completely still, seeming to absorb the light around it so you couldn't tell where it ended. The streetlights below had flickered strangely. After floating motionless for a few minutes, it drifted right over the Tesla, rose and disappeared as quietly as it came. I drove home feeling watched the whole way. I kept the photos but showed no one, not even family. One night, while having a smoke outside, I noticed movement behind the sedan's tinted windows, just the driver's head turning slightly, tracking me. I hurried back inside, locked up, and checked all the windows, trying to convince myself I wasn't being paranoid. Then came the knock around 9 p.m. It was oddly quiet, deliberate, like someone trying to stay unnoticed while still getting my attention. Through the crack in the door, I saw him, a man in a pristine black suit without a tie. He seemed ordinary enough, but his demeanor was unsettling. Too controlled, like he'd practiced this encounter countless times. Without a word or smile, he handed me a plain business card. It had no name or company, just one line in black ink. "Forget the pictures." He whispered those words and walked away. When I looked out, the street was completely empty. No car, no people, nothing. I've been chasing storms across the Oklahoma plains for years now. It's freelance work, mostly local news stations, weather sites, that kind of thing. Just me, my truck, and my camera. But what happened that day in late April changed everything. The storm was building fast northwest of Tulsa when I pulled onto a gravel shoulder off some empty back roads. The sky looked insane, this mix of dark, gray, and green that made the air feel electric. I got my camera on the tripod and started filming the funnel cloud. It was a perfect specimen, rotating steady with a thick base, tearing across the flat land, while I captured the usual stuff: swirling dust, distant lightning, shifting clouds. Then I saw it, a faint shimmer above the funnel's tip, like a reflection or heat haze. Through the zoom lens, I could make out something metallic hovering there, smooth and precise, about the size of a small car. It moved with purpose, not spinning or tumbling like debris, but holding steady like it was studying the storm. My heart was pounding as I kept filming. Even as the wind picked up and rain started spitting down, I glanced at the business card later that night, thick paper with an unnaturally smooth finish. Part of me wanted to throw it away, but I tucked it in my pocket instead. The black sedan stopped showing up after that, but the photos stayed on my phone. In the dark, quiet moments, I still catch myself looking out windows, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back at me, I never figured out who that man was or what he wanted. I'm still not sure whether to keep the pictures or delete them. But when I look at them now, I see more than just a shape above the highway. Something in those images is watching back, and I've got this feeling I was never meant to see it. That afternoon's storm chase changed everything. The footage I captured went viral overnight after I posted it to YouTube and some storm chasing forums. Tens of thousands of views of that metallic shape behind the funnel cloud, visible for just minutes before disappearing into the clouds. The comment sections exploded with theories ranging from drones to light tricks, while I remained unsure what I'd witnessed. The strangeness really kicked in the next day around noon. A call came from an unknown number, someone claiming to be an insurance agent, speaking in an oddly clinical tone about checking for wind damage to the brain and cognitive impairments from weather exposure. When I asked who they worked for, they went quiet and hung up. The number was already disconnected when I tried calling back. Then my video disappeared without a trace. No explanation, no takedown notice, just gone from YouTube. Every attempt to re-upload it failed. Others in TS forums reported their saved copies vanishing too, files either corrupted or deleted. That's when the subtle oddities began piling up. Phantom phone notifications, weird flashes in the clouds, like something trying to stay hidden but occasionally slipping up. One night while driving home from a diner, my radio went completely dead for 5 minutes. Not static, total silence, though everything else in the car worked fine. The mechanic found nothing wrong the next day. I kept expecting some official contact about the footage or interview requests, but nothing came. It's been months now. I still chase storms, but I keep my distance from funnels. Something about that day changed things, and I'm not taking any chances. The forest's unnatural silence is what I remember most clearly. That, and the metallic shape hovering in the clearing. Sometimes I wonder if my mind made it all up, but the memory's too vivid, too real to dismiss. I was out hiking alone that Saturday afternoon in October, taking a new trail in Montana's Bitterroot National Forest. The leaves were just starting to change colors, and the air had that cool bite that signals winter's approach. I picked a quieter, less traveled path, hoping to get some peaceful time and maybe capture some photos of the fall colors. Everything started normally enough. Birds calling, leaves rustling, streams bubbling in the distance, the usual symphony of forest sounds. Then I crossed this small ridge and headed down into a hollow. That's when everything changed. It was like someone had pressed mute on the whole forest. Not just quiet, completely silent. No birds, no wind, no animal sounds, not even the distant stream I'd been hearing. The air felt thick, heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. I stopped and looked around, telling myself it was just some weird wind pocket or a momentary lull, but something felt would with no reveals. Wrong. Then I saw it in a clearing ahead, what I first mistook for a black tarp or equipment. As I got closer, I realized it was a helicopter, hovering perfectly still about 20 feet up. The blades were turning slowly, making this strange mechanical hum unlike any chopper I'd seen before. It was completely black, no markings, nothing like the rescue or ranger helicopters I was familiar with. Below it stood 3 figures in a perfect line, wearing black uniforms. They weren't moving at all, not even slightly. No faces visible, just black shapes standing there like statues. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't move. I raised my shaking hands and took some pictures. I still don't know what I saw that day, but I know it wasn't any normal storm or forest scene I'd ever encountered before. That strange day in the forest changed everything. My name is Jamie Towles, and I run a podcast out of Asheville, North Carolina, focusing on weird stories and what some might call conspiracy theories. I started it about 2 years ago as a side project, but what I'm about to share isn't just another story. It's something that happened to me. It started when I watched a helicopter lift off from a clearing, gliding almost silently over the treetops. 3 mysterious figures stood below, then suddenly disappeared. The warm air didn't stop an unexpected chill from running through my body. I hurried back to the trailhead, my heart racing more than usual. The following week seemed normal at first. Then came Monday morning's commute. About 10 minutes into my usual 25-minute drive through back roads, a black SUV appeared behind me. It was massive, with tinted windows and no visible plates. After following me through several deliberate turns downtown, it pulled up beside me at a red light. A man leaned out and said something that haunted me. Forests don't like company. His don't company his births. Don't like company. His calm voice carried an unsettling edge that bothered me more than the words themselves. The SUV tailed me for a few more miles before vanishing, But the strange events didn't stop there. My phone started dying unusually fast. I caught glimpses of shadows that disappeared when I tried to look directly at them. Though I never saw the SUV again, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I still remember those three figures in the clearing, standing unnaturally still, like they belonged to another reality. The memory of that silent helicopter and those dark shapes stays with me. I've never returned to that part of the forest. When the trees are still and the wind dies down, I sometimes feel their presence, watching from somewhere in the distance. I doubt I'll ever understand what really happened that day. I run a small podcast that digs into local mysteries. Nothing too wild, just unsolved cases and strange happenings around town. Everything changed after I released an episode about Walt, a trucker, who reported seeing mysterious lights and experiencing missing time near Cherokee back in the 1970s. I'd found some old audio interviews and put together what seemed like a forgotten UFO case. The episode became my most popular one yet. The trouble started the very next day. Voicemails began appearing on my podcast line, just static at first. But soon I could make out a deep, distorted voice, repeating "turn back the signal" through the noise. These calls came every night, from different numbers that couldn't be traced or blocked. The static would get so intense it made my phone vibrate. My friends dismissed it as someone playing games or trying to add to the podcast's spooky vibe, but something felt deeply wrong. Then things escalated. I woke up one morning to find all my podcast equipment had vanished, every microphone, recorder, mixer, and pair of headphones. Living alone at the edge of town with no signs of forced entry, it was as if someone had quietly let themselves in and known exactly what they were looking for. But the most unsettling part was what they left behind. On my doormat sat one of my interview microphones, positioned deliberately in the center. When I picked it up, I discovered the word "silence" carved into its metal base. I should have been more rattled, but I was just confused. This crossed a line I hadn't even known existed. The police weren't much help, treating it like a simple theft with a prankster's touch. They couldn't make sense of why only the recording equipment was taken, or explain the threatening message left behind. About 20 minutes into what should have been a routine evening flight, I noticed something metallic and round off my left wing. I was piloting my shared 1974 Piper Cherokee, a reliable four-seater I co-own with Pete from the flying club. The conditions had been perfect when I took off from Missoula's municipal strip just after 7 p.m. Scattered clouds, smooth air, the kind of fall evening that makes for ideal flying. The recording started picking up interference after that. What began as normal ambient sound captures turned into something else entirely. Static and whispers layered underneath, persisting even after wiping my devices clean and reinstalling everything. I had already shut down the podcast and deleted Walt's episode, hoping it would end whatever was happening, but it only seemed to escalate. My apartment felt different too. The silence grew heavy, watchful. I found myself constantly checking locks, eyeing shadows, startling at every sound. The police couldn't explain the missing equipment or the mysterious microphone that appeared on my doorstep. They found no signs of forced entry and the strange voicemails had stopped. But my paranoia hadn't. Last night brought another development. A soft, deliberate knock at midnight led me to find a worn, unlabeled cassette tape on my porch light ledge. When I played it inside, I heard mostly silence broken by a rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. Then that same deep, chilling voice came through clearer than before. "Turn back the signal." Now I'm here writing this, my heart still racing from the encounter. The missing gear hasn't returned. My phone continues picking up bursts of static with that voice, and that silent microphone sits ice cold on my desk. I'm at a loss for what to do next. I'd been flying for over 3 decades when it happened. Just a normal flight until I spotted something odd, a large round object moving alongside my plane. It wasn't close, but close enough to make out the shape, like a coin turned sideways, with no lights, no markings, no sound, and no visible way it was staying up. The thing matched my speed perfectly, gliding smoothly for about 15 seconds before shooting up at an angle into the clouds. I radioed it in to ATC, keeping it professional, just reporting what I'd seen. Their response was strange. No traffic showing on radar at all, not even a primary return. After landing, I did the usual paperwork, including a report about the identified aircraft. Nothing fancy, just the basics. Days turned into weeks with no follow-up. That seemed odd, but I didn't think much of it until I checked the online system and found my report had vanished. When I went to get the paper copy from the hangar, that whole week's folder was missing. Pete, who handles the files, said he knew nothing about it. The FAA field office was even stranger. The guy there acted like I was confused, saying there was no report for that flight. When I pressed him to check again, he suggested I might be remembering wrong. Something in his voice made me drop it right there. 3 weeks later, everything changed. I showed up early one Sunday morning, coffee in hand, to open the hangar. At the far end of the row, I spotted a black rental car with 2 men in suits standing beside it. 2 men appeared by the hangars that morning, looking oddly similar. Late 30s, clean-shaven, pale, same build, and short haircut, like cousins trying too hard to match. No coats or hats, despite the wind. They just stood there silently, facing the hangars, as if waiting for someone. When I got the door halfway up, they walked over in perfect sync, not rushing, just moving with this weird certainty. The first one spoke like he was reading a script. "Mr. Spare? Wilcox." I nodded. "Yeah." He recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. "We're here to follow up on that." That caught me off guard. The report had vanished, never acknowledged. "Who are you with?" The second man's smile was wide but cold. "You can call us contractors. We handle misfiled data." Something about how he said misfiled made it sound intentional. The first one stepped closer. "Have you been feeling unwell since the event? Any dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinations?" "No, I'm fine," I said. His nod suggested he didn't believe me. Sometimes these experiences cause residual effects. Pilots often conflate visual artifacts with airborne debris or weather phenomena. My irritation grew. I know what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon. It wasn't debris. After a pause, the second man glanced at the hangar. "We'd recommend you take a short leave from flying, just a few weeks. Let things settle. I'm not grounded. No one's filed anything." "Not yet," he replied. Then the first man hit me with it. "Still chasing the sky, huh? Chippy?" My stomach turned. That nickname, my grandfather's name for me when I was 10, it wasn't documented anywhere, not on licenses, social media, nothing official. I stood speechless as they walked back to their car. The wind picked up, but their shoes made no sound on the gravel. They drove away without another word. 2 winters ago, I had an experience that changed everything. I live in a quiet part of Spokane Valley, near Pines and 16. Just your typical neighborhood with ranch-style houses and old trees. Not much happens there after dark, which is why what I saw that night stands out so clearly. It was early February, around 12:45 a.m. The weather was cold but dry. I remember wearing just sneakers and a hoodie for my nightly dog walk with Benny. My shepherd mix. He needs that final walk before bed, otherwise he'll keep pacing all night. We were almost home, about 5 houses away, when Benny stopped dead in his tracks and looked straight up. At first, I dismissed it as him spotting a bird or owl. But when I followed his gaze, I saw something impossible. A massive triangle, darker than the night sky itself, with just 3 dim white lights at its corners. It wasn't any normal aircraft. I know what those look like. This thing moved impossibly slow, without a sound, like it was floating. It drifted maybe 200 feet above us. The strangest part was how everything went quiet. Not just the object, everything around us seemed muted, like someone had turned down the volume of the world. I couldn't even hear Benny breathing or my own footsteps. When I tried to take a photo, my phone was frozen on the lock screen. It only started working again half a minute after the triangle vanished behind the trees to the north. I kept quiet about it the next day, thinking maybe it was just some military craft or an unusual drone. But 2 days later, things got strange. I suddenly woke up one Tuesday night, completely alert, for no reason. Later, I discovered everything was gone. All my emails, notes, and cloud backups. The original report had vanished. Even the local copy on my laptop was just a blank document with the file name. Pete mentioned seeing the same car idling near the tree line the following evening. I haven't taken a flight since then. Night after night, I kept seeing it. This black car, an older model sedan with chrome trim, showing up across from my house at exactly 3:17 a.m. The routine never changed. It would idle there, lights dim, then give one slow flash before driving away smoothly. No drama, no noise, just a quiet exit around the corner. It started the night I was checking the thermostat. Through the living room window, I spotted those headlights across from the Wilkins place. At first, I wrote it off as someone lost or turning around. But when it happened again the next night, and the next, always at 3:17 sharp, I knew something wasn't right. The car never parked in the exact same spot. Sometimes it was by the Wilkins house, other times near the Maldons, but always directly across from me. After 5 nights, my nerves started getting to me. I tried capturing it on video, setting up my phone on a tripod by the window from 3:10 onwards. The footage showed nothing but an empty street, even though I'd stood there watching it. I even waved once, but got no response. Nobody else in the neighborhood had seen anything. The Morgans, who sleep with their blinds open, hadn't noticed it. Mr. Steppes Orkai, Arrington's dog, who barks at everything, never made a sound. My wife brushed it off as me watching too many weird documentaries before bed. She works nights at the hospital, so she's never around to see it herself. I changed my habits, stopped walking Benny late at night, moved our walks to just after dinner instead. But I couldn't stop checking the window. The car kept coming, always with that single flash, always gone before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency police line about it, described everything I could, but nothing changed. Finally, I decided to wait outside on the porch. I'd driven to a remote spot on County Road 2121, about 30 miles east of Lander, Wyoming, to watch the Palisades 2 summers ago. The area was familiar from my old fieldwork days, just scrub hills and one broken windmill. Perfect spot for stargazing, with no light pollution and total isolation. No cell service either, which made it even better. I parked my truck on the shoulder around 11 p.m., well before peak activity. Set up a blanket in the truck bed with coffee and my camera, ready for a quiet night under the stars. The sky was pristine, no moon, no clouds, just endless stars. The solitude felt perfect. I dozed off around 12:30, and when I woke after 2 a.m., the meteor shower was in full swing. I got my camera set up with a basic tripod in the truck bed and started taking long exposures. Then, past 3 a.m., something caught my attention on the road. That's when I kept the lights off and hid behind the column to avoid being seen. Inside, Benny was pacing. He'd grown nervous whenever I went out of sight lately. At exactly 3:17, a car pulled up across the street. No headlights, just dim running lights. The engine kept idling. The car looked unnaturally clean, with no front license plate and windows too dark to see through. I stepped out slightly for a better look, and the driver's window rolled halfway down. There sat a thin-faced, pale man in a black suit, just staring at me. We both stayed frozen. After about 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not waving, more like a stop signal, then slowly rolled up his window and drove away without lights. That was the last time the car appeared. I watched the next few nights, but the street stayed empty. No lights, no idling engines, nothing. I tell myself I'm relieved it's gone, but part of me misses it. At least then I knew what to watch for. Now I still check the street at 3:17 out of habit, and sometimes I think I hear a car idling nearby. But when I look, there's never anything there. A shape caught my attention on the road, not my tripod shadow as I first thought, since it didn't move when I did. About 50 feet away stood what looked like a person, completely still, dead center on the road. The silence was absolute. No car sounds, no footsteps on gravel, nothing that would explain their presence. They just stood there, motionless, not doing any of the normal things people do. When I pointed my headlamp their way, the light hit everything but their face. They didn't react at all. No flinching, no shielding their eyes. Nothing. I snapped a quick photo with my phone. The moment I did, they turned and disappeared behind the low slope across the road, making no sound. I got out and called to them, thinking they might need help, but got no response. After a minute or two of hesitation, I decided against following a stranger into the brush in the middle of nowhere. The photo showed something unsettling. The figure was unnaturally thin and tall, with arms that seemed too long. Its head was oddly shaped, not covered by hair or a hat, just almost featureless, like it was either turned away or somehow blurred. I tried to write it off as weird lighting or a camera glitch, though it disturbed me more than I wanted to admit. I locked my phone, watched the meteors a while longer, and left before dawn without seeing anything else strange. The truly weird part came the next morning. I stopped at a Conoco in Riverton around 7 a.m., needing gas and a bathroom break. The store was empty except for the cashier. While I was drying my hands in the bathroom, a man entered, black suit, pale skin, clean cut, maybe mid-40s. His clothes were immaculate. His top button faced Ned despite having no tie. He looked completely out of place. He just stood there by the sinks for a moment. Then, without looking at me, he said something that made my stomach turn. "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was some strange joke, until he turned to face me directly. The whole thing started at Deep Creek Lake during the off-season in October. Mallory and I needed a short break, so we booked 2 nights at this basic roadside motel near the state park. Paper-thin walls, one ice machine, that kind of place. Most lake houses were already winterized. Swimming was done for the year, but I actually preferred the quiet. Around 11 o'clock that first night, we drove to this unlit gravel lot by the boat launch at the north end of the lake. We had the place to ourselves. It wasn't quite freezing, but definitely cold. We spread a blanket on the car hood, poured coffee from a thermos, and just sat there listening to the wind under the stars. His eyes were the first thing I noticed. They didn't match. Something was wrong with them. The irises looked too pale, or maybe the pupils were too large. Not artificial, but definitely not right. He demanded my phone, his voice eerily flat, like he already knew I'd give it to him. And weirdly enough, I did. Without me telling him, he knew my unlock code. Then he vanished. I followed him out to the store, but there was nothing, no footsteps, no sound. The cashier kept flipping through his flyer, completely uninterested. When I asked if he'd seen anyone leave, he said nobody had even come in. The parking lot was empty. No black car, no SUV, nothing suspicious, just my truck sitting there. After standing around for 5 minutes trying to process what happened, I realized my phone was back in my pocket. I never felt him return it. When I unlocked it, everything was gone. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all wiped clean, a complete factory reset. My contacts were still there, synced from the cloud, but the photo I'd taken had vanished. That night, I connected it to my laptop and ran recovery software, but found nothing. The metadata showed a hard reset at exactly 7:14 a.m., right when I was in that gas station bathroom. I've told this story to very few people. Those who heard it suggested I must have dozed off and dreamed it. But I know what happened. I've never gone back to that stretch of road. It started as a quiet night at the lake. The darkness was so thick you couldn't make out much. Just the trees on the far shore, a slightly darker black against the night sky. We'd been sitting there about 20 minutes when something strange caught our attention. A shape rose from the water, not like fog or mist drifting up, but moving with purpose. This massive dark form lifted straight out of the lake, as if it had been resting on the bottom. No splashing, no sound at all. "Is that a blimp?" Mallory asked. But it wasn't. There was no curve to it, no gondola underneath. It looked more like a stretched wedge with a flat bottom. The thing hovered about 50 feet up, completely silent, no humming, no wind, no dripping water, just absolute stillness. Then it started moving sideways, gliding just above the water's surface. It passed in front of the distant trees and vanished into the darkness. We sat in silence until Mallory said, "We should go." We packed up our thermos and got back in the car. That's when we found the note under the windshield wiper. Neither of us had seen or heard anyone approach. No footsteps, no lights. I used the wipers to knock it loose. Mallory picked up the plain white paper. Inside were blocky capital letters. "Keep driving next time." We drove back to the motel without saying a word. The next morning, I couldn't sleep. The bed was too soft and TL long. The heater too noisy. I went for coffee in the lobby. There was just the desk clerk and one other person there, a man in a black suit and dark tie by the fake fireplace. Despite the early hour, he wore sunglasses. He held a newspaper upside down. Not like he hadn't noticed, but like it didn't matter. The whole thing started innocently enough with a paper for my Modern American Myth course. I wasn't particularly into UFOs. The topic just seemed like it would have plenty of sources and be interesting enough to keep me awake while writing. Dr. Talk to Me, Dr. Proud, Luring, our professor, required us to connect our chosen myth to a real historical event. I landed on the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut, just a couple hours from my school. The research started pretty standard. I went through local archives, old newspaper reels, and message boards. Most of what I found was typical UFO stuff, fuzzy lights, weird stories passed around. Some farmers reported their cows acting strange, and there was this one person who claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. Nothing groundbreaking. Then I noticed something odd. In 2 old articles, there were these tiny mentions of federal men visiting people after the sightings. The articles didn't name them or describe them, just dropped it in there casually. I thought they were probably just local police or maybe reporters, but marked it down to check later. The note's still in my glove compartment. I found it at this diner when I stopped for coffee. There was this guy reading a newspaper upside down at the counter. He didn't look my way once, just kept flipping through the map rack. When I got back to the room, I told Mallory about it. She laughed at first, but got serious quick when she saw I wasn't kidding. We decided to leave early. Something just felt wrong. While Mallory handled checkout, I went to warm up the car. And she came out. She told me the guy had followed her from the lobby, standing right outside the front door. As she walked to the car, he didn't say anything or help with the door. Just watched. We didn't see him follow us when we left. The drive home was quiet. Whenever we tried talking about it, the words felt strange, like they wouldn't quite come out right. Mallory just said, "Let's just get home." And that was the end of it. Later that week, I checked my dashcam footage from that night. I'd accidentally left it running, but where it should have shown our stop at the diner, there was nothing. 2 hours of blank screen between our arrival and departure timestamps. The file wasn't erased, just black, no sound, no picture, just dead air. I was doing research when an odd email changed everything. It came from a Dr. Desta Profer, Harlan Oaks at son.edua, someone I'd never heard of, with just stop in the subject line. The message was brief and threatening. You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning. No hello, no signature, nothing else. My research had barely started. I'd contacted some regional historians the weekend before, and one of them, Vince Halbrook, had pointed me towards some microfilm in Springfield. I was planning to check it out that Friday when this email arrived at 8:20 p.m. on Tuesday. I was in my dorm room with my roommate Aaron when I got it. While he watched TV, I looked up Southern University of New Hampshire. No, Dr. Harlan Oaks worked there. The email headers seemed legitimate, though. It had gone through campus filters with no signs of spoofing. Aaron thought it was probably just someone from class messing with me about my research topic. Then the fire alarm blared. The whole dorm had to evacuate into the cold March night. Everyone huddled in the courtyard, bundled in sweats and hoodies, chatting and checking their phones. Everyone except 2 men across the street. They wore black suits with short black coats and dark ties. One had sunglasses on at night. They stood completely still, no phones, no movement, just staring directly at me. I tried to get Aaron to look, but by the time he turned, they'd vanished. No sound, no trace. When we finally got back inside, the email was gone too, completely erased from my inbox and trash. It started on a lonely stretch of the Mojave Desert Highway, somewhere between Las Vegas and LA. The night had swallowed everything except the ribbon of asphalt cutting through the emptiness. No cars, just scrub and cacti on both sides. My gas tank was running low, and hours had passed since sunset. The vastness and silence were getting under my skin when I saw him around 1 a.m., a figure in a black suit standing on the shoulder, hand raised. At first glance, it looked like someone who'd broken down, needing assistance. Strange, given there was nothing but desert for miles. As I got closer and slowed down, something felt wrong. His hand wasn't waving, it was frozen in place, palm out like a stop signal. His face had no expression, just a blank stare that didn't seem quite human. There was an unsettling quality to him, like he wasn't completely solid or real. Despite the desert heat, I felt cold. I kept driving, but that's when things got stranger. My GPS screen started flickering and went dark for a moment. When it came back on, the route had completely changed. Instead of showing the way to LA, it was trying to direct me back to where I'd just passed that figure. I tried resetting it, but every time I entered my destination, it kept creating the same loop back to that spot. I didn't stop the car. Something told me that turning around would have been a terrible mistake. The chill never left me, and for that, the rest of that drive, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I'd seen wasn't something that belonged in our world. It started as a typical late-night drive home from Emma's cabin in the Cascades. The November air was crisp enough to see your breath, but the roads were still clear of ice. The moon barely lit the sky that Sunday night as I left around 10:30, hoping to make it back to Seattle at a decent hour. The classic rock station kept me company as I wound through the forest roads, tall firs towering on both sides, with just a strange wispy fog clinging to the treetops. 20 minutes in, the radio began acting strange. The music would stop, then start again, but something felt off about it. That's when I first saw him, a man standing perfectly still on the highway shoulder. The GPS suddenly went haywire, trying to direct me back to where he'd been standing. I pulled over and killed the engine, checking my phone for a signal. Nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, like I'd been completely cut off. Rebooting the car's system didn't help. The GPS kept insisting on that same spot, that I noticed how unnaturally quiet everything had become. No crickets chirping, no wind rustling, no passing cars, just heavy, storm-like air under a star-filled sky. My headlights revealed an empty shoulder where the man had stood with no trace he was ever there. Fighting back panic, I ignored the GPS and took a familiar side road I remembered from my map. Hours later, I found myself checking into a small motel on the town's outskirts, exhausted and rattled, but telling myself it was just fatigue and stress. Then came the midnight phone call to my room. I answered the unknown number and heard a voice, eerily calm and cold. "You were right not to stop," it said. "Not everyone is." Click. I barely slept that night, and though my GPS worked perfectly the next morning, I couldn't shake the cocket. Memory of that figure on the roadside, the strange loop, and that haunting call. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I'm deeply grateful I kept driving. The lights in the sky caught my attention first, a single softly glowing orb hovering above the tree line. It was about the size of a car's headlight, but gentler somehow. What really got me was how it barely moved. After watching for 5 minutes, it had only drifted an inch or two. No blinking lights, no noise, just this weird glow hanging there. Just before I spotted it, my radio had gone crazy. There was this burst of static, then the volume spiked way up before everything went dead. I checked all the stations, but they were all the same. Just static and silence. The whole thing felt wrong. I tried explaining it away. Maybe a helicopter, a weather balloon, or someone's drone, but the complete silence and the way it moved, or barely moved, didn't match up with anything normal. You'd expect some kind of sound, or at least those standard blinking navigation lights. I drove for about 15 minutes with my eyes constantly drawn to that light. Sometimes it would pulse, getting brighter then dimmer, but not in any pattern I could figure out. The road was completely empty and my phone had no signal. I couldn't look away, even though I wanted to. Finally, I pulled into Maple's Fuel, one of those old-school gas stations with a convenience store and some neon-lit pumps. I needed a bathroom break and coffee, plus a chance to clear my head. When I got out of the car, the cold air hit me, and there it was again, that light still hanging above the trees. While I was filling up my tank, this man appeared at the next pump. He wore a plain black suit and tie, like he'd just left some office job, clean-shaven, probably in his late 40s, with this eerily calm look about him. He glanced my way and said something NG that threw me completely. Some lights are meant to be ignored. I blinked and asked, "What?" He just shrugged. That September morning in northern Minnesota felt different from the start. The clearing held its usual sounds. Cicadas humming, leaves rustling, but something had shifted in the air. The crisp edge of approaching fall hung around me as I walked the perimeter since dawn, taking notes on forest activity. I was ready to return to the research station when they caught my eye. 6 or 7 perfectly round scorch marks burned into the dirt, each one measured about 2 feet across, forming a rough circle spanning 15 feet. The soil within each mark was blackened and cracked, yet strangely the surrounding plants and trees remained untouched. At the gas station later, a man leaned against the pump and asked if I'd seen it too. The words caught in my throat, so I just nodded. He gave me a half smile before heading into the store, the door closing behind him with an oddly mechanical clang. Inside, I poured myself a coffee and waited, trying to process what had happened. Through the window, I noticed the light had vanished, leaving only dark, empty sky. The cashier wasn't helpful. She just shrugged when I asked about anyone strange hanging around, saying people came and went all the time. The drive home was tense. I kept watching the sky through my windshield, but the light never returned. The house was quiet when I arrived, and as I closed the door, a strange heaviness settled in my chest. I never mentioned what happened to Emma or anyone else. It seemed too bizarre to put into words. The memory of that light still haunts me sometimes, moving unlike anything I've ever seen. The man's words, "Some lights are meant to be ignored," still echo in my thoughts. Whatever it was that day changed how I look at the sky forever. The scorch marks caught my eye. First, clean and perfect circles in the dirt, like someone had pressed a giant cookie cutter into the forest floor. The scene didn't add up. There weren't any broken branches, burnt leaves, or signs that people had been there. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing that showed human activity. I spent time studying the marks from every angle, taking photos and soil samples, sketching what I saw, and marking the spot on my GPS. When I called it in to the station, the team suggested lightning, or maybe some animal marking its territory. But the symmetry was all wrong for either of those explanations. Something else felt off too. The forest was dead silent that day, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept checking behind me, but saw nothing. A few days passed, and I was working in my simple wood cabin when someone knocked on the door after lunch. I wasn't supposed to have visitors out here, so I opened it carefully. There stood a tall man in a black suit, strange clothing for the middle of the woods. He had no identification, just dark, unblinking eyes and a voice that came out flat and even. Without introducing himself or making small talk, he said only, "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior." I showed him my photos of the scorch marks, and he studied them without any reaction. Then he started asking very specific questions about my research, the animals I tracked, my data collection methods. His intense focus made me uneasy. He seemed to be analyzing my every word and movement. The strangest part was that he already knew where the scorched clearing was, though I hadn't told him. When I offered to show him the site, partly hoping he might reveal more information, he politely refused, saying he had his own ways of getting there. After an hour of questions, he left as suddenly as he'd arrived, without another word. The Green River trail near my place in Killer became something different that spring morning. I'm an early riser, usually out by 5 a.m. to catch the river at its calmest. The fog was thick that day, draping everything in a low-hanging mist that softened the edges of the world. The light caught my eye first, a pale blue-green glow floating about 10 feet above the water. It drifted upstream, moving against the current, without a sound. No boats, no fishing lights, just this otherworldly glow dancing on the mist. The river seemed to pause, like it was holding its breath. Something in my gut told me to keep my distance, so I did, stealing glances over my shoulder until the fog swallowed it completely. That's when he appeared. His footsteps barely whispered against the forest floor as he walked away through the trees. After he left, I frantically checked everything, my equipment, my locks, searching for anything missing or disturbed. Nothing was gone, but something felt off. The memory stayed with me, the eerie quiet of that clearing, his unsettling calmness, how he seemed to know things without asking. I kept returning to check for changes or new marks, but the clearing remained unchanged. On certain nights, when the wind moves through the trees just right, I catch a strange vibration, not quite animal, not quite machine, humming under the forest's skin. He never showed up again. No calls, no messages, nothing. Just that single visit and a lingering sense that whatever was out there wasn't focused on me, but it was definitely watching. The scorch marks from that day still flash through my mind, a reminder that some things can't be explained away. I noticed something strange when I got home from work at 6 a.m. that morning. The front door of my townhouse was cracked open, just enough to see inside from the street. As someone who lives alone and always locks up, especially at fine by night, this sent my heart racing. The neighborhood was dead quiet except for distant traffic, with no signs of movement or voices coming from inside. I texted my brother Mark, who's a cop, letting him know about the open door. After taking a deep breath, I carefully went inside. Everything looked normal at first. Couch cushions undisturbed, TV off, no mess or open drawers. But then I noticed something truly unsettling. Every clock in the house showed exactly 3:33. The kitchen wall clock, my bedside alarm, even the microwave, all frozen at the same time. This made no sense since these clocks usually run slightly off from each other. My first thought was a power outage, but the lights worked fine and my phone was fully charged. I called Mark about it, but told him it wasn't urgent when he offered to come by after his shift. Still, I spent the day on edge, checking locks repeatedly, changing the keypad code, and moving restlessly through the house. The quiet felt different now, heavier, like the air had thickened somehow. Around 7 that evening, I took my usual walk in the neighborhood park across the street. That's when I saw him. A man in a black suit sitting on the bench by the playground, completely out of place on a casual Tuesday evening. He held a newspaper, but as I got closer, I realized something wasn't right. The pages were completely blank, no text, no pictures, just white paper folded neatly. When I slowed to look at him, he glanced up with dark eyes. The day had started at 5:15 a.m. when darkness had completely swallowed the light, and now it seemed to be getting even stranger. The silence hit me first. Mike and I were camping in the White Mountains, nothing fancy, just some hiking, beers, and the usual outdoor stuff. We'd set up our tents near a clearing, got a fire going, and around midnight decided to stretch out and look at the stars. The sky was perfect that night, cold but totally clear. Then we saw the light. It started as just a soft glow over the trees, almost like moonlight on the treetops. But this was different. A thin beam that moved back and forth across the pine branches, like someone sweeping the forest with a giant flashlight. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. The strangest part was the complete silence. No helicopter noise, no drone buzz, No motor sound at all. It just drifted through the air like it was searching for something. We watched it for about 5 minutes, moving slow and steady, sometimes catching on branches and tree bark, throwing weird shadows. Then it just stopped, hanging there maybe 50 feet above the trees, pointing straight down. A few seconds later, it vanished, like someone flicked a switch. "Did you hear anything?" I asked Mike after we'd both been frozen there a minute. He shook his head. "Nothing." We barely spoke after that. The silence felt heavy, like the woods were pressing in on us. Over the next few days, everything seemed normal. No more lights appeared, no doors mysteriously unlocked, no quiet figures on benches. But I kept staring at my clocks longer than I should, and sometimes, when I'm just sitting around or making coffee, I get this creepy feeling of being watched through my windows, even though there's never anyone there. I can't shake the feeling that it's all connected somehow. The light over the river, my unlocked door, all of it. I haven't told anyone else about it. I'm not sure I want to. I work in software support, name's Eric. Being stuck behind a screen all day means I need to escape sometimes, which is why I took that week-long drive through the Mojave Desert. Just me, my old Jeep, and a map, staying away from main highways whenever possible. The last night of my trip, I was near Baker, California, heading toward the 15th. The desert sky had turned that deep blue you only see at dusk, with the day's heat still clinging to the ground even though the air had cooled. The roads were empty except for my headlights cutting through the darkness, and I spotted this black sedan about 40 miles outside Baker. Nothing special about it, no logos, just a standard-looking car. I caught one quick glimpse of the driver in my mirror, but could only make out a blurry male shape. At first, I thought it was just someone heading the same way, but something felt off. When I sped up, they matched my speed perfectly, even when I slowed down. The next day, we contacted the ranger station to check if it had been some kind of Park Service activity or drone test. They had no scheduled operations or reports for that area. As weeks went by, we both avoided talking about it, like we were trying to forget it ever happened. 3 months later, I got this strange email. The sender was just listed as Control, no name or address. The subject line was empty. Inside was one sentence, "No need to share what you never understood." I sat there staring at my screen, unsure what to do. Then Mike texted me he'd gotten the exact same email from the same sender. We had no idea who sent it. I kept it to myself after that. Didn't tell my family or co-workers. It felt like a message meant just for us. Sometimes I think about that night, the quiet, the beam, how it moved without making a sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they looking for? I still don't know. Maybe that's exactly the point. The night at Millier's Diner started like any other. I'm Dan, and I've been serving the night owls and truckers at this old roadside spot in Ashland, Oregon for a few years now. The place has all the classic touches, buzzing neon signs, cracked vinyl booths, and that distinct late-night atmosphere. It began on my drive home. A black sedan caught my attention, matching my speed, then falling back, then catching up again. At first, I brushed it off as someone who might be lost. The more I tried to distance myself, though, the more persistent they became. I pulled into a gas station off the highway, hoping to figure out what was going on. The sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, just idling there. While filling my tank, I kept watching. The driver sat motionless, eyes fixed on me. After finishing up, I got back in my Jeep, but something kept me from leaving right away. Some unexplainable force held me there. The silence broke with the soft hiss of their passenger window rolling down. There sat a man, around 45, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His clean-shaven face showed no emotion, but his eyes were intense and focused. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said quietly but firmly. When I told him I didn't understand, he just said, "Drive carefully from now on." Then they vanished into the darkness, like they were never there. My heart was racing as I tried to process what happened. Nothing unusual had stood out during my trip, or at least nothing I'd admit to seeing. But his words and that look in his eyes, they meant business. I didn't chase after them. I just drove home, constantly checking my mirrors. Since that night, everything's different. I notice things more. Shadows moving at the edge of vision, strange sounds in the desert night. I keep this story mostly to myself. People either don't believe you or start looking at you strangely when you tell them. Sometimes when I'm up late, I see distant headlights and wonder if that black sedan is still out there, watching. I'm still not sure if what they gave me was a warning or a threat. The old radio tower on the hill had been the talk of the town that week. A strange light had hovered over it, and people called it a UFO, though no one had any real proof or clear footage. The media was already trying to brush it off, but what happened at my diner one rainy night told a different story. I was doing my usual late-night routine around 11 p.m., just making coffee and cleaning tables. The rain was coming down in a steady drizzle, making the windows foggy and turning the neon lights into soft blurs. That's when they walked in, two men in black suits that screamed funeral director, or maybe something more mysterious. The tall one had slicked back hair, while his partner was shorter, older, wearing thin glasses and carrying a permanent frown. They took the window booth and ordered black coffee. At first, I didn't pay them much attention, but their conversation caught my ear. Instead of normal small talk about weather or politics, they were discussing something about controlling the narrative and managing the fallout from a recent sighting. While wiping nearby tables, I found myself drifting closer to listen. The moment didn't last long. The tall guy caught me listening and I froze mid-wipe. He didn't call me out, just leaned in closer to his partner and dropped his voice even lower. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he said, both of them fixing me with cold, sharp stares. I got the message, nodded, and muttered, "Got it." They finished their coffee fast and left without another word, disappearing into the rain with their coats pulled tight against their bodies. The wet pavement reflected the streetlights as they vanished into the night. After that, the diner felt different, quieter, like even the walls were holding secrets. I had this nagging feeling of being watched, not in a scary way, but like I'd stumbled into something much bigger than just two guys having coffee. The light over the radio tower never made the news again. By morning, it was just a knot, a rusty landmark on the hill. I've kept quiet about what I heard that night. Who'd believe a story from a late-night diner anyway? But on rainy nights when the neon signs start blurring, I still think about those men and their warning. That camping trip in northern Vermont started normally enough. I found a quiet clearing off a logging road, about 10 miles from civilization. No designated campsite, just a flat spot near a creek I'd spotted on a map. Perfect for what I wanted. Some peace and quiet away from city life. The first night went exactly as you'd expect. Set up my tent in the afternoon, got a fire going by sunset, and spent the evening reading while the forest settled around me. Sure, I woke up a few times during the night, but it was just the usual symphony: crickets, owls, wind in the pines. Things started getting strange on day 2. After returning from a solitary hike, I noticed this odd smell hanging in the air, something like burnt rubber or chemicals. I dismissed it as passing truck exhaust, though I hadn't seen any vehicles on the road all day. It was around 4 a.m. when everything changed. The sound of heavy footsteps crushing leaves woke me instantly. Not animal steps, but someone moving carefully outside my tent. I lay there frozen, straining to hear more, but the forest had fallen into an unnaturally deep silence. Dawn brought an unsettling discovery, a crude note pinned to my tent flap with a twig. "Go home," it read in rough block letters. As I stood there, skin crawling, I spotted something even more disturbing, a black sedan idling at the tree line. The engine hummed softly, but the car was clearly empty. Windows up, no driver in sight. I called out, searching the surrounding woods for any sign of movement, but the forest just stared back, holding its secrets. When I look back now, the shadows near that tower seem to take human five, all in the blurred lights as if they're still there, watching and waiting. The stillness of Red Rock Canyon was shattered that Tuesday evening, just after sunset. It started when I spotted an old black car sitting motionless in a clearing, its engine quietly humming. The scene felt wrong immediately. There was this strange smell in the air and complete silence except for that engine. The car sat there, lifeless and empty. When I walked closer to investigate, about 15 feet away, the engine suddenly died. The quiet that followed was overwhelming. What really got to me was there were no signs of how the car got there, no tire tracks, no crushed grass, nothing disturbed in the dirt. It was as if it had simply appeared. I tried calling for help, but my phone had no signal. Then I noticed something unsettling about the woods behind the car. The trees were shrouded in an odd stationary haze, like a thin curtain of fog that didn't move or spread. The whole situation made my skin crawl. Back at my tent, things got even stranger. The note I'd found earlier had vanished without a trace, and my tent flap was zipped up exactly as I'd left it originally. That faint, weird smell was back too. I didn't waste any time packing up, constantly checking over my shoulder as I worked. When I finally reached my truck down the logging road, I thought I saw headlights in my rearview mirror cutting through the trees, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. I drove straight to the main highway without stopping once. My friends later dismissed it as a prank, or my imagination running wild. I've gone back to that area a few times since then, but I always avoid that specific clearing. I've never seen the black car or another note like that one. Still, I can't make sense of it. An empty car running silently, a mysterious note that disappeared, and that strange haze in the woo. The whole experience just feels impossible to explain. The sun was setting in the desert, turning the sky into a blend of light and shadow. I was on my way home from Vegas, taking the back roads through the canyons instead of the freeway. The sandstone cliffs towered on both sides of the winding road, and at 7:30, I was pretty much alone out there. Then I saw it, a black sedan without plates parked after a sharp turn. Before I could wonder what it was doing there, two men stepped out. They wore black suits and sunglasses, despite the dim light. The tall one looked about 40, his partner shorter and slightly younger. They approached my car like they'd been expecting me. No smiles, no small talk. The tall one went straight to the point. Road ahead is closed for maintenance. You'll have to turn back. I looked past them. No workers, no equipment, nothing that suggested any road work. When I questioned the lack of warning signs, the shorter one cut in with a flat, private job. No exceptions. I tried explaining I needed to get home, but they wouldn't budge. It's not safe, the tall one insisted. The canyon stretched empty behind them, silent under the darkening sky. Their car bothered me, pitch black, no visible windows, no plates, no markings. Something felt wrong. I asked how long the work would take. Indefinite was all I got. They wouldn't tell me about any detours, just kept insisting I turn around. I started backing up slowly, watching them in my mirror. They got back in their car, and I took my eyes off them for just a second to shift gears. When I looked again, they were gone, completely vanished. No engine noise, no lights, not even tire marks on the road. The canyon was empty, like they'd never been there at all. I sat there gripping my steering wheel, mind racing, trying to understand what I'd just seen. I found a small scrap of paper under quartz to distract. My windshield wiper a few days after it happened. Blank, just folded there. It's still sitting on my dashboard. I haven't touched it since. The whole thing started on a cool, clear evening in early autumn. The air had that sharp feel to it, just after sunset. I was driving when I noticed a black sedan ahead of me stop suddenly. Two men got out and started walking back toward my car. They waved me down, then turned and walked up the canyon road. I followed slowly, checking carefully ahead. But there was nothing, no barriers, no equipment, nothing unusual at all. I pulled over at a wider section and got out to look around. The canyon was quiet, except for dry brush rustling in the wind. My phone showed no signal. I walked the road a bit, searching for tracks or anything to explain where they'd gone, but found nothing. The sky had turned deep blue by then, with the first stars coming out. I got back in my car and started heading back. About 10 minutes into my return drive, I spotted something strange. A faint, steady glow hanging low in the sky above the canyon rim. It wasn't moving like any aircraft would. It stayed there, glowing softly like a floating lantern. I tried blinking and rubbing my eyes, but it remained. The light seemed to follow along as I drove, always staying just at the edge of my vision. I stopped at the canyon entrance diner, which was empty except for Sam, the night cook. When I told him what happened, he just nodded slowly, saying others had seen similar things there. Lights, figures, even roads that disappeared without a trace. I left feeling uneasy and drove home, constantly checking my mirrors for the black sedan or the two men. The road stayed empty. At home, I checked news and county road updates. Nothing about any closures or maintenance, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. I went to bed thinking about everything to bear. In the men, the empty road, that strange light. Over the next few days, I kept looking for anything unusual and told some friends about it. They made jokes about government agents and aliens, but I still don't know what to think. I was taking pictures of the stars from the dock behind my house one quiet evening. The lake was peaceful, just me, my phone, and the emerging night sky. While reviewing my photos, I spotted something odd hovering above the water. A dark, sharp silhouette hung motionless in the middle of the lake. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid shape against the sky. I zoomed in with my phone camera to get a better look. The object was smooth and oval-shaped, with a matte black surface that didn't reflect any light. For several minutes, it drifted sideways, moving just feet at a time. Then, in an instant, it shot straight up and vanished into the darkness. I felt more curious than scared, though definitely unsettled. After a while, everything went back to normal. just the occasional fish breaking the water's surface. The next day brought another strange sight. A black car from the early 2000s sat at the end of my driveway. It was in perfect condition but had no license plate. What really struck me was that there were no tire tracks or footprints in the gravel. It was like the car had appeared out of nowhere. The interior was empty, no keys, nothing. Days passed, and the car remained. Each morning I'd leave a note asking the owner to move it, but the note stayed untouched. By the fourth day, the situation was really getting to me, but I kept quiet. It seemed too bizarre to tell anyone. A few evenings later, I was on my porch after dinner when I heard gravel crunching. At the end of my driveway stood a man in a neat black suit, his face darkened by the streetlight's shadow. He just stood there, watching me without saying a word. Time photography at the old airfield near Milltown seemed like a perfect idea. The abandoned runways and empty hangars in western Kansas offered an escape from light pollution, promising spectacular views of the stars. Without much planning, I grabbed my old college camcorder and headed out there one Friday. Around 10 p.m. the early spring night was clear and crisp, with just a light, steady wind. I positioned my tripod at the edge of the main runway, pointing the camera toward the horizon. For about an hour, I filmed whatever caught my eye, hoping to capture meteors, satellites, or passing planes. Then something unexpected happened. A strange man approached me. When I nervously asked if I could help him, he didn't respond right away. Finally, in a quiet voice, he said, "The water remembers." Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. After saying those same words again, he simply turned and walked away into the darkness. I rushed inside and locked the door, spending the rest of the night checking the windows. Though he never showed up again, his car appeared every morning for the next week. Other odd things started happening too. My phone would get static and glitch whenever I tried photographing the lake. Sometimes at night, I'd hear humming coming from the water, but it would stop as soon as I went outside. Around 3 a.m. one night, I spotted strange blue lights pulsing softly over the lake. When I tried to capture them on my phone, the screen went black and froze. By the time I looked up, the lights had vanished. While the mysterious man and his car never returned after that, something still feels off. Near the water, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, like something's lurking just beneath the surface. Those words, "the water remembers," keep echoing in my mind. The lights caught my attention first. Round, pulsing shapes floating about halfway up in Nedish. The night sky, not your normal aircraft. These had no blinking navigation lights, made no sound. They drifted in strange patterns, sometimes fading away completely before popping up somewhere else. I grabbed my camcorder and zoomed in, watching them dance around. The way they moved made me feel like they were studying me as much as I was studying them. The temperature dropped suddenly, though the wind hadn't picked up. That's when everything changed. Behind the old chain-link fence separating the runway from the service road, I spotted someone, a man in a black suit, no tie, just standing there in the shadows. It looked bizarre, seeing someone dressed like that out here in the middle of nowhere at night. "Hey, can I help you?" I called out, keeping my voice steady despite the chill running down my spine. "Are you lost?" No response. He just stood there, completely still. Then, somehow, he was on my side of the fence. He hadn't climbed over or made any noise. He just appeared closer, face blank and emotionless. I had my camcorder, but something stopped me from hitting record as he came within 6 feet of me. Without a word, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a piece of paper. I took it, completely blank, not a mark on it. When I looked up to ask what this meant, he'd vanished. No footprints, no sound, nothing to show he'd ever been there. Looking back to the sky, the lights had disappeared too, leaving nothing but empty darkness. I hung around a while longer, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, I headed back to my car, that blank piece of paper still in my jacket pocket. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just experienced something way beyond my understanding. That night near the old power plant changed everything, even though I'm not usually someone who goes looking for weird stuff. I live outside a small town in Ohio where these massive plaid cooling towers from the 70s are just part of our everyday scenery. Photography was just a hobby for me. I especially enjoyed capturing the eerie look of those steam clouds at night. It was a chilly spring Wednesday when I had a night off work. The sky was perfectly clear, so I grabbed my camera and tripod, driving to my usual spot a couple miles from the plant. The location was perfect, right at the wood's edge with a clear view for long exposure shots of stars and moonlit steam. Everything seemed normal at first. I was just taking photos, surrounded by the familiar sounds of distant machinery and occasional trains. Then around 11 p.m., something caught my eye. A strange glow behind the plant. It wasn't static, it moved slowly, almost floating, shifting between blue and green colors. I couldn't hear anything from it, but I started taking pictures, trying to capture whatever it was. The light kept flickering, making it hard to focus, so I switched between burst shots and video mode. When I checked my footage back home, the camcorder had caught the moving lights and that weird silence when the man showed up, but strangely, there was no trace of the paper or him giving it to me. It's like those moments just disappeared from the recording. My friends laughed it off as a prank when I told them, but I know what I experienced. I have never gone back to that airfield since then. The paper stayed blank, never changing or showing any writing. These days, I sometimes catch glimpses of lights moving just at the edge of my vision when I'm outside at night. It feels like something's watching me, but I can't be sure what I really saw that night or who that mysterious man was. Late one night, while I was fast asleep, a quiet but insistent knock jolted me awake. I wasn't expecting visitors at midnight, but when I opened my door, there they stood. Two men in expensive black size. They were odd from the start. No introductions, no pleasantries. One held out a blank business card, while the other spoke in hushed tones. Some lights aren't meant to be captured. It all started the night before. I'd felt this strange tingling on my neck, like someone was watching me. The cold night air, I told myself, trying to shake it off. Then there was this light just hanging there. After about 10 minutes, it vanished without a sound. No crash, no engine noise, nothing. I drove home feeling unsettled but blamed it on the weather and that weird light. The real strangeness began when I checked my photos the next day. Every single shot of the light was gone. Well, the files were there, but they were all corrupted, just black squares. I tried everything. Different computers, card readers, recovery software. Nothing worked. Those images might as well have never existed, and that scared me more than the light itself. The men left as suddenly as they came, vanishing down the street in seconds. The blank card they gave me had just one faint smudge where text should have been. I locked up, checked every window, and sat there with shaking hands. I never saw them again, but those photos stayed gone. Now, whenever I'm near that power plant at night, something feels off. The machinery's hum sounds wrong, like it's hiding a secret. I don't understand what that light was, or who those men were. Maybe others have seen similar things, but I'm not sticking around to find out. I'm done taking pictures there. Some mysteries should stay that way. The whole thing started with a knock at my door late at night. Two men stood there in black suits and dark glasses. They didn't show any ID or badges, but their government-type presence and the way they spoke left little room for questions. The neighborhood was eerily quiet that night, with just some dogs barking in the did-oi in the toy stance. A thick fog had rolled in from the river, making the already dim street lights look even more faint and ghostly. They said they needed to check my yard. Just a routine inspection for safety concerns, they claimed. Their faces were blank, emotionless, like characters straight out of a movie. I locked the door behind me as I stepped out into the cold air. One of them headed straight for the backyard, while the other stayed put, keeping his eyes on me. When I tried to look over the fence, I could only see my garden, some bushes, and the old shed. Nothing seemed out of place. The man in the yard called me over after a few minutes. He told me to stay inside, standard procedure, he said, his tone leaving no room for debate. Back inside, I watched through the window as the fog grew thicker, turning everything into a blur. They pulled out heavy black bags from their coats like the ones forensics teams use. Near the shed, one of them wrapped up something small. I couldn't make out what it was. When I reached for my phone to call the police, the screen went black. No signal. They worked fast and quiet, and before I knew it, they were done. One of them gave me a slight nod as they left. It felt more like a warning than a goodbye. There was no car in sight, not when they arrived and not when they left. After they were gone, I went to check the yard. Everything looked normal, except for a small scuff mark by the shed. The cold air made my breath visible as I looked around, but there were no footprints or any sign of what they'd taken. Back inside, I sat down, locked the door, and tried to process what had just happened. Here on this channel, I share real-life encounters with beings from beyond the skies to help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we start today's story, drop a comment letting me know where you're listening from. Get comfortable, and let's be. Again, it was just another late-night walk home. The street was foggy and quiet. One of those nights where something feels off, but you can't put your finger on why. That's when I saw it. A black car parked by the curb, but it wasn't the car that made me stop. It was the two men inside, dressed in black suits and old-style top hats. Their faces were completely smooth. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just blank skin like someone had wiped their features clean off. I stood there frozen, then hurried past. A few steps later, I looked back. The car had vanished without a trace. No sound, no tire marks, nothing. That night stuck with me. I couldn't shake it off. But it wasn't the last strange thing I'd experienced. Later, out in Franklin, Illinois, I had another encounter. I was standing at the edge of my soybean fields, somewhere between midnight and 1 o'clock. The night was dead quiet, stars shining bright, perfect for one of my usual walks when sleep won't come. 3 pale white lights appeared, hovering silently about 30 feet up at the far end of the field. They weren't like any aircraft lights, no blinking, no movement, no sound at all. I spent the whole night awake after that, watching the thick fog until sunrise. The next morning, I searched my yard carefully. Everything looked normal except for one scuff mark. To this day, I don't know what those faceless men were looking for or what they took. I never saw them again, but I still feel like something was out there that night, watching and waiting. The knock came around 8:32 quick raps. Through the peephole, I saw them standing there. 2 men matching in every detail, black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties, and those old-style sunglasses with thin black frames. Their hair was slicked back and they shared the same height and build, like carbon copies of each other. It had all started the night before. They'd been filming these strange lights that hung motionless in the sky, like they were waiting for something. When they finally moved, they drifted together, smooth and synchronized, as if connected by invisible strings. The formation rotated as one unit, then glided sideways without a sound. The silence was eerie. No drone buzz, no hum, just complete stillness. After about 2 minutes of filming, the lights slowly faded into the tree line. Back home, my phone service returned to full bars. I picked a 30-second clip and posted it to TikTok with a simple caption, "Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now?" I went to bed without thinking much about it, expecting maybe a few local views. The next morning, I was stunned. The video had exploded overnight with tens of thousands of views. Comments flooded in from people in Indiana, Missouri, and even Oregon, describing similar sightings. Some called it fake or CGI, but I wasn't concerned about the skeptics. Now here I was, face to face with these identical men at my door. I opened it halfway, keeping the screen closed. The one on the left smiled first, an unnaturally wide, closed-lip crescent. The right one followed with the same expression half a second later, like a delayed mirror image. "Mr. Porter," the left one asked in a flat, tinny voice. "Yeah," "What's this about?" He tilted his head, maintaining that unsettling smile. "Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately." I stood there, mouth open, brain struggling to process this bizarre question. "I guess," I managed to say. "Why?" "No reason," the other one said, his voice an exact match. The house was unnaturally quiet when I realized what had happened. Usually there's some kind of background noise, but in that moment, it was just dead air. I'd just watched them leave. 2 men in identical suits who showed up at my door with the same voice, moving with the same stride. They'd said I'd had a busy night, nodded in sync, smiled the same smile. The video was gone. My TikTok account wouldn't let me in. Password rejected. No reset link arriving in my inbox. The hard drive was dead too, just clicking and spinning when I tried to access it. I even tested it on my garage PC, but nothing. No BIOS detection, complete silence. My cloud sync had been off that night. Internet too slow for big files, so the local copy was all I'd had. A tightness in my chest started when they first appeared. Not panic exactly, more like that tension when a police car pulls up behind you, even when you've done nothing wrong. They never mentioned what they were looking for. Not the video, not TikTok, nothing specific. Just those synchronized comments about my busy night and feeling safe. When I asked who they were with, they just said they appreciated my cooperation. I watched them walk away in perfect unison to a black sedan, regular Illinois plates. Nothing government issued. They sat there for 5 seconds before driving off. Later, I heard another car door, but when I checked, the street was empty except for my truck and my neighbor's Pontiac. I closed the curtains and waited in the hallway, expecting them to return. They didn't, but that sensation of being watched lingered, even in my own home. It started on a clear Sunday night in September. I was heading home around 10:30, driving my parents' old silver Camry down a narrow 2-lane road outside Platte, South Nebraska. The car wasn't much, one working speaker, cracked windshield, but it got me where I needed to go. That night, endless cornfields stretched out on both sides, broken only by the occasional hidden mailbox. I drove with the window cracked, music low, under a vast starlit sky that seemed to go on forever. The next day, things started getting strange. I tried to check the video I'd taken, but my inbox was... When I attempted to log in from another device, the system claimed my account didn't exist. Following links to comments people had sent me led nowhere, just content not found messages. The video had vanished from every platform, Reddit, Twitter, even obscure UFO forums. All that remained were blank thumbnails and 404 errors. I tried recovery tools, running 3 different programs to find the file. They pulled up old family photos and random files from months back, but nothing from that night. There wasn't a single trace of the recording, as if it had never existed at all. That afternoon, I drove into town looking for others who might have seen something. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a hunter from 2 roads over. When I asked about strange lights in the sky, his quick, dismissive response felt off, like he was hiding something. Most other folks just shrugged or looked confused. One woman at the hardware store mentioned her dogs going crazy around 1 a.m., but she'd written it off as coyotes. Since then, I've stopped filming altogether. My new hard drive works, but I check it constantly, worried it'll die like the last one. I haven't touched TikTok, and that mysterious sedan hasn't shown up again. But something's different now. At night, especially when I'm in the backyard, I can sense something lingering just past the tree line. Not watching exactly, waiting. These days, I stay inside. The walks aren't worth the risk anymore. The black car caught my eye as I was leaving school after 7th period. It was parked across from the front entrance, one of those long, old-style town cars like in movies, maybe a Lincoln. The windows were pitch black tinted, engine idling, no one getting in or out. Something felt strange about it, not exactly threatening, but like I was being observed. I'd taken the long way around that day, avoiding some kids I didn't want to deal with. As I got closer to the crosswalk, cutting across the grass, the passenger window rolled down. Inside sat someone unlike anyone I'd ever seen, skin white as paper, short silver-white hair in an almost military cut. He wore a black suit, white shirt, no tie, and dark sunglasses despite the cloudy day. The night before, I'd had my own strange encounter. I was driving when I swerved slightly to avoid a dead raccoon. That's when I noticed this odd orange sphere floating above the cornfield to my right. At first, I thought it might be farm equipment, a combine or tractor, but this thing was hovering about 20 feet up. It was perfectly round, glowing from within like contained fire, but without smoke. The glow was soft, orange, with a slight flicker. I pulled over, killed the radio, and just watched. It didn't move or make a sound, just hung there like it was waiting. My mind couldn't quite process what I was seeing. When I tried to capture it on my phone, the camera showed nothing but black, no matter how I adjusted it. Then suddenly the sphere vanished, not gradually, just gone in an instant, leaving only my headlights cutting through the darkness. I drove home, scanning the fields, but told no one. What would I even... I just showered and went to bed. The next day felt completely normal. Boring chemistry first period. Nothing unusual until that moment after school, when I saw the car. His lips curved upward, but the smile never touched his eyes. Through the car window, he spoke in an eerily flat tone. It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see. Those words froze me in place. My mouth went completely dry. I hadn't told anyone about the fireball, not even my cousin. The car slipped away silently, like it was floating on air, disappearing behind the trees near the senior lot. I fled home and locked myself in my room. That night, I kept my phone's flashlight on beside my bed. The car vanished for the next 2 days, but other strange things started happening. My phone would suddenly freeze, then restart. My school ID stopped working, then mysteriously fixed itself. One day, my entire Spotify account reset, all my playlists and history just gone, even though I hadn't changed anything. Things got weirder. During lunch one day, someone or something had flipped every single paper in my algebra binder upside down, but kept them perfectly ordered. My friends were clueless when I asked about it. They joked about ghosts, but I knew better. I changed my habits after that. No more walking alone. I stuck to buses and crowds. How could I explain what was happening? That some guy in a suit had warned me about seeing something impossible. The following Monday pushed me over the edge. During a fire drill, I spotted him again. Same suit, same hair, standing motionless by the visitor bleachers at the far end of the track. When I blinked, he vanished. Kayla stood right next to me but saw nothing when I pointed. That night, I searched online for floating lights in cornfields. The whole thing started as a casual hobby, just me and my friend Tyler documenting strange sightings around upstate New York. We both had regular jobs in Albany, but we'd spend weekends checking out spots where people reported weird stuff. We'd take photos, shoot some video, and put it up on our YouTube channel. Nothing too serious. This one time, we got an email from this older guy named Len about his property near Midburg. He was really quiet and intense about it. Said he saw 3 white lights drop behind his tree line around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. It didn't make any noise or cause any wind. When he checked it out the next day, he found this perfect circle in the moss, about 20 feet across. He sent us pictures showing how weird the ground looked, all flat and pressed down. We drove out there on Saturday afternoon. It took us about 40 minutes to hike in from where we parked on the dirt shoulder. We brought some cameras and this cheap EMF meter Tyler liked using. The ring was still there, though not as clear as in Len's photos. You could definitely tell something had messed with the area. The ground was all packed down and the moss looked different around the edges. We spent a couple hours there, flying a drone and taking soil samples. Tyler said he felt some vibrations through his boots at one point, but I didn't feel anything. The woods were weirdly quiet. No birds, no insects, just trees creaking now and then. We packed up at dusk and drove home. Later, I looked through all sorts of videos trying to explain it. Drones, weather balloons, fireworks, but nothing matched. I went back the next weekend during daylight. The corn was still tall, so I pulled over and walked in a bit. There was nothing there. No tracks, burns, or equipment. Just dry ground and corn rows. I never saw that car again, not at school or anywhere in town. Now I get this weird feeling at night, like someone's watching me through the walls. I keep my blinds closed all the time now, even during the day. Sometimes I end up driving past that field by accident, but I try not to look. Tyler and I had shared our second-floor apartment on Western Avenue for 3 years, a split level in a 3-story walk-up. That night, we got back around 10 o'clock after grabbing burgers and joking about Len's story, figuring he'd probably just scared himself with the kiddie pool. Something wasn't right as soon as we reached our door. The handle was loose, and it swung open with a light push. Tyler's S, so my first thought about him forgetting didn't make sense. We entered cautiously, expecting a break-in, but found a strange scene. Our valuables, laptops, TV, everything, were untouched. Instead, every mirror in the apartment had been turned around. The bathroom mirror faced the wall, my full-length bedroom mirror was reversed, and Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on his carpet. Nothing was broken, and all windows remained locked from inside. We never called the police. Maybe because nothing was stolen and there were no signs of forced entry, the night dragged on in uncomfortable silence. Tyler camped out in the living room with all lights blazing while I lay in bed, unable to shake the feeling of unseen eyes watching from just beyond my vision. Around 3 a.m., I went for water and found Tyler at the window, peering through the blinds. "There's someone down there," he said without turning. Across the street, under a sodium lamp, stood a man in a black suit. Despite the drizzling rain, he wore no coat or hat. His pale skin stood out as he stood completely still, arms straight at his sides, staring directly at our window. Tyler said he'd been there for half an hour already. We watched him for 10 more minutes, his gaze never wavering. My phone photo showed only an empty street. The man wasn't in the frame. Tyler wanted to confront him, but I insisted we wait. Finally, after 4 o'clock, the man simply turned and walked away, not to a car or building, just vanished into the night. Here's the story reorganized. I've been into astrophotography for a few years. It's mostly my way to escape everything and focus on something bigger. One night in late October, I drove up alone to a spot I'd been scouting in northern Vermont, about 20 minutes from my place. The night was clear, dry, and cold, perfect for star photography. The spot had a small dirt path leading to a clearing on the ridge, with no streetlights for miles. I brought my old Canon A1 film camera and some expired Kodak Ektachrome from a thrift store. I liked film because it makes you slow down and be patient. The ridge faced east, so I set up my tripod to capture the stars moving around Polaris. I adjusted the settings 30-second exposures, ISO 600, and started shooting. Everything seemed fine during that hour of shooting. When I finished, I packed up and went home to develop the film in the campus darkroom the next morning. That's when things got strange. The next day, we both called out of work. We checked all the locks. Nothing was broken. We talked through our options. Report it, ignore it, maybe move. Neither of us really thought we were in actual danger. but we couldn't explain what was happening either. Later that afternoon, we tried checking the footage from the woods on the channel. The drone clips were there, along with the photos and soil sample data. But Tyler's handheld camera files, the ones where he walked through the ring and talked about the soil, had vanished. Not corrupted or mislabeled, just gone, like they were never recorded. We checked the SD card on both my laptop and his, finding the same thing. No files after the timestamp when we noticed that weird quiet in the clearing. That night, just before bed, I looked out the window. The street was empty, and the street lamp right across from our building kept flickering on and off, like someone was messing with the power. I watched it for a while before closing the blinds. We didn't mention it the next morning, just made coffee and acted normal. But I knew this wasn't the last time I'd see the man who had disappeared around the corner earlier, walking unhurried. In the photography department's 24/7 lab, I spend a lot of time in the basement darkroom. It's a tight space with concrete wall and flickering fluorescence filled with the usual chemical trays. Most people find it claustrophobic, but I find the quiet atmosphere oddly peaceful. One night, while developing some star trail photos, something caught my eye. Strange geometric patterns appeared in the sky above the ridge, sharp lines and angles cutting through the star trails. These weren't random marks. They formed deliberate patterns, like someone drawing with light, making shapes I'd never seen before. They definitely weren't planes or satellites. I checked the negatives carefully under the light, thinking maybe they were scratches or processing mistakes. When I made enlargements, the shapes became even more bizarre. There were triangles, diamonds, and even a perfect hexagon, all glowing with a faint white light. While the stars showed normal motion blur from the long exposure, these shapes remained crisp and angular. My friend Claire from the photography program took a look at the prints. She suggested it might be light graffiti or some kind of film glitch. I tried to brush it off as a weird artifact, but I couldn't shake the feeling something was off. I went back to the ridge the next night, but clouds blocked the sky. A few days later, I returned to the dark room to make more prints. Only Mr. Carver, the janitor, was there. When I said hello, he gave me this weird look, like he was hiding something. Opening my locker, I discovered all the prints with the geometric patterns were gone. Not just one or two, the entire set had vanished. When I asked Mr. Stard had vanished with their mare Carver about them, he paused before telling me about some men in black suits who'd shown up after hours. They'd asked him unusual questions about long exposures and capturing things that weren't meant to be captured. His words made me freeze. What exactly did they want? I found those satellite images by accident while searching online. I'm just a curious person who loves investigating UFOs, restricted military zones, and other mysterious places. After weeks of combing through public satellite data, something caught my eye. Strange geometric patterns carved into the desert floor in southern Utah, right next to a military testing area. Every map labeled it as restricted, but those perfectly symmetrical ground indentations were clearly visible from above. That's when things started getting weird. While developing photos at the lab one day, someone asked if I'd been photographing the night sky in that area. They mentioned something concerning about excess light and things we weren't meant to see. Their warning left me uneasy. Clearly they didn't want people investigating. The creepy events escalated from there. My negatives stayed untouched in the lab, but no new prints appeared. One night, walking home from the library, I spotted a black sedan with two men in dark suits parked under a streetlight. Their headlights flickered as I passed, and I'm certain one was watching me. I rushed home and secured every entrance. More unsettling incidents followed over the next week. My phone battery mysteriously drained, shadows moved outside my windows, and my car's headlights briefly dimmed while driving. I stopped visiting the ridge and kept quiet about everything, even with Claire. Then came the anonymous email on my school account. "You've seen too much light lately." That same night, a shadow figure appeared outside my apartment, vanishing when I looked closer. I told myself it was just the streetlight playing tricks, but moved my photos and negatives somewhere safer anyway. Though I never saw those men in black suits again, the feeling of being watched never went away. Whatever those strange shapes were on my film, they changed everything. I haven't taken any more night sky photos since then. Something UT just feels wrong now. The knocking started at midnight, slow, deliberate taps every few seconds. In my small apartment on the edge of town, where I live alone, this was definitely not normal. Nobody ever comes by this late. Through the peephole I saw nothing, but when I cracked open the door, there he was. A man in an old-style dark suit, looking like something out of a government agent story. His question caught me completely off guard. "What do you think you saw?" he asked quietly but firmly. When I stammered, "Excuse me," he just repeated those same words, this time more like a warning. I quickly shut and locked the door, my heart pounding. It had all started earlier when I found those strange images. They seemed purposefully made, but there was nothing about them anywhere. No news coverage, no online discussions, nothing. I'd cleaned up the images and shared them on a small forum for people interested in this kind of thing, complete with coordinates, close-ups and overlay analysis. I wanted others to verify what I was seeing. The shapes had stuck in my mind as I tried to sleep that night. They looked carved, intentional, but raised so many questions. Who have access to that restricted land? Why were these patterns there? What was their purpose? I felt like I'd uncovered something meant to stay hidden. After I closed the door on the suited man, the knocking continued. Every 3 minutes, like clockwork. Just that heavy, deliberate sound. I couldn't get a phone signal, which was strange since reception was usually fine here. The hallway stayed empty when I checked the peephole again, but those knocks kept coming, echoing faintly. I secured all the windows and locks, but felt stuck. How could I call the police? The whole situation seemed impossible to explain. The Mount Kelsey Observatory sits alone on a ridge outside Flagstaff, Arizona, surrounded by a 58 500 and 500 in parts, miles of pine trees. I worked there as a night security guard for almost 3 years. Doing the quiet shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., the isolation made it perfect for their telescopes. And I loved the peaceful atmosphere. Most nights were simple, just me checking the grounds and keeping an eye out for trespassers or wildlife. That changed one cold night in mid-October. The moon was barely there, just a thin slice in the dark sky. Around midnight, during my regular patrol, I spotted something strange. 2 bright spheres hung in the air over the east ridge. Not far from the facility, they glowed with an odd pale, blue-white light, completely still and silent. These weren't normal aircraft lights. No blinking or flashing. I wondered if someone was playing with spotlights or lanterns, but these lights stayed fixed in place. Then came the knocking at my door, steady and rhythmic every 3 minutes. I couldn't sleep, couldn't look away from the door. The air around it grew strangely cold despite the heater running. A faint, constant buzzing sound filled the background. Hours dragged by like this, leaving me exhausted and scared in a way that's hard to describe. Like being watched, but something wasn't right about it. The knocking finally stopped when sunrise came. By mid-morning, I gathered the courage to open the door. The hallway was empty. No footprints, notes, or any signs someone had been there. What really shook me was discovering my online thread about the satellite images had vanished without warning or explanation. The whole thing felt wrong. Like I'd seen something I shouldn't have. Those shapes are still visible on the satellite maps that didn't get deleted, but I stay away from them now. If I ever hear that knocking again, that door's staying shut. 2 glowing spheres caught my attention during my night shift at the observatory. They floated motionals, says, about 50 feet apart, just above the trees. I grabbed my equipment, flashlight and binoculars, to get a clearer view, then radioed the control room about the strange sighting on the east side. They advised me to watch but keep my distance. For nearly 5 minutes, these silent spheres hung in the air without moving. Then they began rising straight up. Slowly at first, 20 feet, then 30 before shooting upward faster than any aircraft I'd ever witnessed. In seconds, they vanished into the night sky. I spent my remaining hours searching the property, checking cameras, and looking for any evidence. The grounds were untouched. No footprints, vehicles, or signs of visitors near the ridge. I wrote my report carefully when my shift ended, sticking to the basic facts about the hovering lights. The next morning, my manager, Jeff, was at the office, looking unusually tense and watching the door. Before I could ask what was wrong, 2 men in pristine black suits walked in. Jeff introduced them as Homeland Security agents. These agents carried numbered metal badges 0473 and 8021, but offered no names. What struck me most was their eyes. They never blinked, staring ahead with an almost inhuman steadiness. They questioned me about everything in my report, what I'd seen, the timing, any other unusual activity around the observatory. I told them exactly what happened, about the spheres, their movement, the complete silence, and my failed search for an explanation. Though they took no notes, they kept exchanging glances as I spoke. That night at the observatory changed everything. It started with those mysterious spheres hovering in the darkness, 2 silent orbs floating in the exact same spot I'd seen them before. The forest felt wrong. No wildlife sounds, no breeze, just an eerie stillness like nature itself was frozen in place. A low electrical hum crept up behind me as I watched them. When I blinked, One sphere flickered oddly, almost like a glitch in reality. They drifted toward the observatory's main telescope dome, hanging there for 10 minutes before vanishing into thin air. I tried radioing the control room, but only got crackling static. Earlier that day, we'd had visitors, government agents with unnaturally still eyes that never seemed to blink. They spent about 20 minutes looking around, barely speaking. Jeff lurked nearby, unusually quiet. Before leaving, one agent whispered something about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena. Their visit left me deeply unsettled. The strangeness didn't end there. Security cameras showed random bursts of static throughout the day. Jeff wouldn't make eye contact, like he was hiding something. I couldn't sleep for 2 days after that night with the spheres. Though the agents never returned and the orbs stopped appearing, things still felt off. Weeks passed with odd occurrences, unexplained movements just off camera, mysterious footprints that led nowhere, small patches of scorched grass near the equipment sheds. Jeff brushed it off as wildlife or trespassers, but I knew better. Eventually, things settled back to normal, but I couldn't forget those unblinking agents or those silent spheres in the dead still forest. I kept working nights, but something had fundamentally changed. I'm Jake, and what I experienced at an abandoned missile silo near Fallon, Nevada, still keeps me up at night. I never bought into ghost stories or conspiracy theories before, but that October evening changed everything. As an urban explorer, I seek out historic abandoned places, legally, of course. This particular silo was a decommissioned site a few miles outside town, sitting in open scrubland behind a basic fence. The main feature was a massive concrete shaft that plunged deep underground where missiles were once housed. I arrived as the sun was setting, casting an orange glow across the desert. After parking my truck on a nearby dirt road, I walked to the entrance in complete silence, broken only by my boots crunching on gravel. The concrete walls showed typical wear, cracks, old graffiti, and peering down into the shaft with my phone's flashlight barely penetrated the darkness. A cool, stale smell wafted up from below. Planning to get a closer look, I set up my rope and harness. That's when I noticed something odd. A faint glow deep in the shadows, like someone's phone light. I tried to rationalize it as sunlight reflecting off something, since nobody else should have been there. But I couldn't shake my unease as I waited, watching. Once secured, I descended about 20 feet into the shaft. The walls felt damp, and the musty smell of old metal and earth grew stronger. The mysterious glow had vanished, but then I saw something else. A series of lights flickering along the shaft wall, deeper down. In that dead silence, I wondered if those strange lights would return. I left with more questions than answers that night. Now and then I still find myself glancing over my shoulder, remembering what I saw in that concrete hole in the Nevada desert. The lights weren't steady, they pulsed irregularly in blues and whites. I remember standing there, my voice bouncing strangely off the concrete walls when I called out. No one answered, which I expected, but the silence felt wrong when I was that close to something I couldn't explain. The sky darkened as the wind picked up, and when I climbed back up, my heart was racing. I searched the area but found nothing. No people, no vehicles, no lights, not even footprints. Things got stranger on the drive back. My phone lost signal, which happens out there, but the radio went completely dead too. No static, just silence. I headed toward town on the 2-lane road, my headlights the only break in the darkness, except for stars and Fallon's distant glow on the horizon. The truck started acting up halfway home, dashboard lights flickering, gauges going wild. The radio suddenly kicked in with a weird electrical hum, then died before I could adjust it. Back at my apartment, everything looked normal. My usual mess of scattered clothes and stacked books. But in my mailbox, I found something bizarre. A single photo, no envelope. On the back was a cryptic note in messy writing. We're not buried that deep. The photo itself was a grainy black and white aerial shot of the silo at night. There I was, my silhouette at the edge, hands on the concrete rim, looking down. I couldn't make sense of it. My second-floor apartment has no windows facing that direction, and only my landlord and I have keys. I kept questioning whether those lights were real, whether someone else had been down there with me. I went back several times, alone and with friends, but found nothing unusual. No lights, sounds, or signs of visitors. The place felt unnaturally quiet. A week later, I was passing the silo at dusk when the strange encounters began last week at my cabin near Ashford, Washington. I'm Lisa Moreno, and I live as close to the wilderness as you can get, without falling off the map completely. Strange things have always caught my eye. I like to document the unexplainable. It's more than a hobby at this point. I first spotted the lights while testing my phone's camera by the lake. They weren't anything normal, not planes, not bats, not fireflies, just small orbs hovering over the water, moving in impossible patterns. So I decided to film them properly, thinking I might share it online later. Not to prove anything, I'm not that crazy, but because it was just so odd nights, I went back to the dock. The lake was eerily still, with thick clouds hiding the moon, and that heavy feeling in the air that signals coming rain. The lights appeared again, pulsing in a circle above the water, moving up and down like they had a purpose. Complete silence the whole time, but things got stranger after that. My truck's radio died when the same low hum started. Under a clear, fading sunset, I stepped out to investigate. The cicadas had gone quiet, and the air felt thick. That's when I saw it again, a blue-white glow beyond the tree line, hovering low. No sound, no wings, nothing that made sense. I couldn't speak. After a few minutes, the light faded into nothing. At home, I locked everything and checked the windows 3 times. Sleep didn't come easy for days. The weird stuff keeps happening. My porch lights flicker when no one's there, my phone acts up, and strange static-filled photos appear in my gallery that I never took. Now there's this photo on my doorstep of someone watching from above the silo. I don't know who left it or why they're watching. Honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. I never expected my quiet nights by the lake to turn so strange. It started simply enough. Unusual lights in the fog that moved in ways I couldn't explain. The movements weren't mechanical like a drone would be, though that's what Jamie suggested when I showed him the clips over coffee. He's more of a hiking guy than someone into weird stuff, but he listened. Things started getting truly unsettling after I began making regular trips to film whatever was out there. The electronics went first. One night the power in my cabin cut out for about 10 seconds. Just my place, nowhere else on the street. My laptop froze when the power returned, even though it was running on battery. My phone started acting up too, especially near the lake. The battery would drain people quickly, GPS would fail, and the compass would spin wildly. I decided to skip my usual lake visit one night and get some sleep instead. Around 3 a.m., a strange sound woke me, a soft, dragging shuffle on my wooden porch. Through the peephole, I saw a man dressed completely in black. Jacket, pants, boots, but no hat or gloves. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could feel him staring straight at the door. He stood perfectly still, like a statue. When I whispered, "Who are you?" he didn't respond. I was reaching for my phone to call 911 when I spotted something on the porch floor. The man had dropped a photo. I barely opened the door, just enough to grab it. The photograph was old and yellow-edged, like it had been carried in a wallet for years. When I looked up, the man had vanished. No footprints, no sign of his departure. The photo shocked me. It showed me as a child, around 6 or 7, smiling in a park and wearing the blue jacket my mum had bought that winter. The back was blank. I couldn't sleep after that. I showed it to Jamie the next day. He looked at it. A cold October night in Salem, Oregon, changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm Tyler, and back then I worked nights at this small highway gas station where travelers would grab coffee and snacks before vanishing into the woods or down long stretches of road. I wasn't into supernatural stuff, just a regular guy doing a regular job. The night was particularly chilly, with a drizzle that had been coming and going all day under heavy grey clouds. That bone-deep cold had settled in, the kind that makes you regret not wearing more layers while the wind whispers through the trees, making everything feel strangely vacant. It started when I was mindlessly checking my phone behind the counter about 3 hours into my shift. The door chimed, and in walked 2 men who looked exactly alike. They wore identical old-fashioned black suits, had the same dark, slicked-back hair, and matched in height and build. Their movements were slow but purposeful, like they had all the time in the world but knew precisely what they were doing. After that night, my world shifted. Unknown numbers started calling my phone, never leaving messages. Strange lights flickered across the lake, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even inside my cabin. One night, something tapped on my window, but nothing was there when I looked. I started carrying protection, a flashlight and pepper spray, whenever I went outside. The incident left me noticing things I'd overlooked before. Fog that rolled in too quickly, power outages that affected only half a building, and those eerily still moments when time seemed to stop. Sometimes I catch glimpses of shapes moving beyond the tree line at night. I showed the photo to just one person. "Where did you get this?" they asked when I explained what happened. Their frowns said everything. This was troubling. We decided to keep it quiet. The photo still sits on my desk next to my camera, but I haven't shown it to anyone else. I still don't understand the connection between the man, the lights, and all the strange occurrences. Those questions remain unanswered, but I can't ignore them anymore. The cold smell hit me first, like burnt ozone mixed with metal, similar to that pre-thunderstorm scent, but stronger and wrong somehow. Two men stood at my counter, still as statues, barely looking around the store. No eye contact, no real movement, just standing there. One asked for Marlboros in a flat, low voice. The other wanted 2 black coffees. They handed over $100 bills without a word. I gave them their change, and still nothing. No thanks, no chat, nothing but that weird smell seeping into every corner of the store.
Right.
Before leaving, one of them turned slightly and whispered, "The sky is safer when it's empty." I asked what he meant, but he just gave a tiny nod and walked out with his friend. That smell stayed behind, making the whole place feel sharp and tense despite the heater running full blast. I tried brushing it off as some local thing, or maybe these guys were just part of some weird cult, but things got stranger after that. 2 nights later, the sky went completely black. No stars, no clouds, nothing. The weather report had promised rain all week, but instead, we got this empty darkness. The street lamps started acting up, creating shadows that didn't match what was casting them. At one point, I thought I saw something dark move between the pine trees by the parking lot, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. That metallic, ozone smell never really left. It was like it had become part of the store itself, turning everything familiar into something else, something colder. For days afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about those 2 men. They'd barely said anything, barely moved, but somehow they'd changed everything. The warm, familiar feeling of my store had shifted into something tense and sharp, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different now. The night shift at the gas station changed after those men first came through. Everything felt different, like the store was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Strange things started piling up, one after another. I first noticed the security cameras acting weird. The live feed showed the parking lot missing 2 black cars that always sat in the far corner. After 33 seconds of static, the cars just popped back into view like they'd never left. When I told the manager, he brushed it off, just told me to reset the system and forget about it. At night, I started hearing things. A low, W humming sound like some machine running in the distance. Every time I went outside to check, I found nothing. No cars, no people, just empty darkness. Then one night, I spotted something above the trees. A pale, round light moving across the sky, not jerky like a plane or helicopter. This thing moved smooth, almost floating. It slipped behind the clouds and vanished, leaving everything darker than before. My co-workers laughed when I mentioned it, saying it must have been fog or airplane lights. But the sky was crystal clear that night. A regular customer stopped by one evening, just a woman getting a soda before heading home. The bell jingled when she came in, and my heart jumped. I'd gotten jumpy by then. But the really weird night came later, around 4 a.m., with the wind shaking the building. I was cleaning up, ready to go home, when those 2 men showed up again. Same suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. That cold smell came with them, heavy in the air. They walked straight to the counter without stopping. The first one looked right at me and said, "The sky is safer when it's empty." His voice was quiet, like he was sharing a secret. I wanted to ask questions but couldn't find my voice. They handed me a plain envelope with no markings on it. "Keep it safe," the second man said, and then they left. That cold smell hung around long after they were gone. When I finally opened the envelope later, all I found were blank sheets of paper. The night sky holds secrets from that autumn evening, secrets I still can't explain. The whole thing started on my drive home from the hospital, just after midnight. I was on the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa, taking it easy on those empty roads. Nothing seemed off at first, just a normal late-night drive through the fog that was rolling in, making everything look soft around the edges. The moon played hide-and-seek behind low clouds, and my headlights barely cut through the darkness of the tree-lined highway. I wasn't rushing, just hoping to catch some sleep before my early shift. Then, everything changed. Up ahead, the sky lit up with something I'd never seen before. Swirling bands of green and blue light that moved with their own strange rhythm. This wasn't the northern lights or any storm I knew, and I've seen plenty of both out here in the country. I pulled over and got out of my car. The cold hit me right away, fog swirling around my feet. Above me, the lights danced across the whole sky, almost hypnotic. The air felt charged with electricity, but everything was eerily quiet except for the trees rustling softly. When I tried to record it on my phone, the screen went crazy and wouldn't focus. Now all I have left are some blurry photos, strange lights, long shadows stretching over the trees by the gas station. I still work night shifts there, and sometimes when the wind picks up and everything goes quiet, I get this feeling of being watched from the treetops. That cold smell comes back now and then, usually right before the sky turns darker than it should. Maybe an empty sky is safer, but I don't feel safe anymore. I keep watching during my shifts, but I don't expect those men to return. Even now, I can't make sense of what happened that night. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a bright light flooding my bedroom window. It wasn't like normal street lamps or car headlights. This light was steady and pure white, making my whole room as bright as midday. When I looked outside, the street was empty, and that mysterious black car was nowhere to be seen. That car had been showing up for days, ever since the first incident. It would park about 50 yards down the street, just a plain black sedan with no markings. The engine would run quietly in the night, but no one was ever inside. Sometimes it'd disappear when I looked away, only to show up a few blocks away later. It all started when I noticed something strange scratched into my windshield after a 20-minute drive home. At first, I thought it was just dirt caught in the glass, but when I wiped it with my sleeve, I saw the words clearly etched. "Look up less." The message looked fresh, like someone had just carved it with a key or something sharp. The timing was weird, because earlier that night, I'd seen smoke and the sky had gone dark, with just a few faint stars visible through the fog. I almost called my brother about it, but decided against it. He'd probably just say it was drones or airplane lights. The strange stuff didn't stop there. At night, I started hearing odd sounds, a low humming like a buzzing transformer, always faint and always coming from the woods behind my house. I told some neighbors about the weird light and the windshield message. Nobody had seen anything unusual, and they didn't know anything about the black car. The police weren't very worried when I reported it, just said they'd watch out. The strange events started with lights in the sky. Several neighbors had noticed them too, though no one could explain what they were. One neighbor's dog had been barking at nothing for hours. That should have been my first warning. The black car appeared one night, rolling silently down my street with its headlights off. It sat in front of my house, then vanished into the fog. Later that night, I discovered the first message on my windshield. When I went to check, the fog had grown thicker, wrapping around the trees. The street was dead quiet, and the car was gone without a trace. Things got stranger after that. A second message appeared, carved into my front yard's maple tree. "Stop watching." The writing matched the windshield message, sharp but intentional. I kept tea to myself, thinking it might be kids playing pranks, but deep down I knew better. Soon I felt a constant presence, like something just beyond my vision. Shadows that weren't mine appeared under streetlights. A mysterious glow would shine behind the trees when I looked out my kitchen window at night. Time started acting funny. Clocks would skip ahead by 10 or 15 minutes. Some hours dragged while others flew by. My phone started acting up too. The battery died overnight despite being fully charged, and my usually strong signal dropped to almost nothing. One night, I heard leaves crunching outside my back door. When I looked through the blinds, there was nothing there except wind-blown branches scraping the window. I tried calling a friend, but couldn't get through. The black car made one final appearance while I was having a cigarette on my porch. It crept down the street, stopped in front of my house, and just waited. My heart pounded as we faced off in silence. Finally, it pulled away into the fog. After that night, everything stopped. The messages, the lights, all of it. The car never returned. That night on Devil's Ridge near Flagstaff changed everything. The September air was crisp and dry, colder than I'd anticipated after sunset. I'd discovered this remote spot while hiking a couple years back, perfect for stargazing, far from city lights. With my camera gear, tripod, and lenses in tow, I set up an hour after sundown, just as the Milky Way began to emerge. The silence was absolute, broken only by wind whispering through pine needles and scrub brush. I was lost in the technical details, adjusting aperture, checking exposure times, trying to capture the stunning dark sky filled with stars. That's when something caught my peripheral vision across the small valley. There, on a narrow rock outcrop, stood a figure dressed in black, completely motionless. Leia Gunsall Sabsa, like a statue against the starlit backdrop. No features were visible, just a silhouette that neither moved nor blinked. Though I assumed it must be another photographer or hiker, the spot's remoteness and the total absence of any footsteps or voices made me uncertain. I called out softly at first, then louder, asking if they were okay. No response. Then, in an instant, the figure simply vanished, not walking away or ducking behind something, but completely disappearing as if someone had flipped a switch. I blinked hard, looked again, but the ridge was empty. Despite my unease, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just tricks of light and shadow, or my imagination working overtime in the darkness. These days, I've mostly returned to my regular routines, but the experience lingers. Sometimes, driving home late or sitting alone outside, I feel that same sensation of being watched, a subtle pressure on my neck. The mysterious scratches on my windshield and the tree have nearly disappeared. I still don't understand what those messages meant, why that car kept appearing, or what those lights were about. The warning to look up less remains unexplained. Something was there that night, something I still can't explain. I work security for a private contractor near Hawthorne, Nevada, watching over a military base. You know, one of those classified spots locals whisper about, but never discuss openly. One night during my midnight to 8 a.m. shift, something happened that I still can't explain. My phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar string of random numbers. I nearly ignored it, but something compelled me to answer. The voice I heard was cold and distorted, speaking just 2 words. "We're watching." Then, silence. The line went dead, leaving me staring at my phone, my hands trembling. The night air felt colder than usual as my heart raced. I debated between staying to investigate or leaving right then. Though I tried convincing myself it was just a prank or technical glitch, that voice felt too real, too threatening. I chose to head home, taking the scenic route through desert backroads. The drive was unsettling. My radio kept crackling with static, and shadows seemed to move in ways they shouldn't. Several times I saw phantom headlights in my mirror that vanished when I tried to get a better look. By the time I reached home, I was both exhausted and on edge. I checked my phone thoroughly. The battery was normal. No strange apps, no missed calls or texts. Nothing seemed out of place. The next day, I brought friends to Devil's Ridge to investigate. We searched for footprints or any signs of visitors, but found nothing disturbed in the rocks and dirt. Yet that evening, I glimpsed a shadow moving between trees across from my house. I rationalized it as a neighbor or maybe an animal, but when I looked again, it had vanished. I still returned to Devil's Ridge, though I've never seen that figure again. But the feeling of being watched persists, a subtle pressure, like hidden eyes following my movements. Sometimes my phone lights up with calls from unknown numbers, but they're always silent when I answer. I don't understand what I encountered that night, but I'm certain something out there was watching me under those stars. Working the night shift as a security guard means lots of quiet hours watching monitors. I'm no special forces, just a regular person making sure the building stays secure. Most nights are uneventful, just me and the gentle hum of machines keeping me company. That changed 2 weeks ago during my 3 a.m. shift. The security room was dim, lit only by the glow of the screens, as I did my usual check of the perimeter cameras. One monitor caught my eye. It showed a remote stretch of road about half a mile from our main GAD. This spot occasionally attracts trespassers, but it's typically deserted at night. At exactly 3 or 2 a.m., something unusual appeared on that camera. A black sedan from the late 90s or early 2000s pulled up without its headlights on. When 2 men stepped out, I knew something wasn't right. Their movements were impossibly fluid, like they were floating inches above the ground. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if the camera was malfunctioning. The men's behavior got stranger from there. They stood perfectly still, side by side, surveying the area, but there was something deeply unsettling about their stance. No natural movement, no blinking, no turning their heads like normal people would. They remained frozen like statues for 2 minutes straight, even more bizarre. Despite the streetlights behind them, they cast no shadows on the ground or nearby rocks. My walkie-talkie crackled to life as another guard radioed in, asking if I was seeing the same thing. Before I could fully respond, the men smoothly glided back to their car, their feet not quite touching the ground. The vehicle moved forward into the darkness, still without headlights. When I tried to review the footage, the monitors suddenly went dark. They came back showing normal daytime footage from earlier. The entire 3 a.m. incident had vanished from our records. The night shift at the base was usually quiet, but everything changed after what I saw on that camera feed. Something wasn't right, and even though my supervisor brushed it off, telling me to focus on routine patrols, I couldn't let it go. The other guards seemed tight-lipped. Either they hadn't seen anything, or they weren't talking about it. I spent the next few nights watching that camera feed, searching for those gliding men or the black car, but found nothing, just silence, broken only by wind and the base's distant hum. Then, driving home on Tho, at same road a few days later, I spotted a car without lights parked on the shoulder. When I slowed down to check if anyone needed help, the car was empty. The locals started sharing their own stories. They talked about strange lights near the base, weird noises in the hills, and movements they couldn't explain. These weren't just ghost stories. You could see it in their faces. They meant every word. My name's Claire, and I usually spend my days doing graphic design in Seattle. When city life gets overwhelming, I head to the mountains for peace and quiet. That's what brought me to the Cascades that October day, somewhere between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. The weather was typical early fall, overcast skies, damp forest smell from recent rain, and that sharp but not quite cold air. I started hiking around noon, planning a simple 5 or 6 mile round trip. The trail was pleasantly empty except for the occasional runner or dog walker. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye. A black briefcase perfectly placed near some ferns. It looked brand new, unmarked, just sitting there like someone had carefully set it down. I still work at the base, keeping watch on those cameras. The 3 a.m. feed is now under extra security. On quiet nights, when the wind picks up, I can't shake the feeling that something in those dark hills is watching us. Between the missing footage, those shadowless figures, and their unnatural movement, whatever I saw that night wasn't normal. Whether it was a military test or something else entirely, I found the briefcase during what started as a regular hike. It was matte black and scratched up, looking like a hard shell case meant for camera equipment or musical instruments. The surface showed signs of being dragged or bumped around. Despite searching, I couldn't find any way to open it. No keyhole, no combination lock. After trying to jiggle it open and failing, I decided to leave it there, figuring someone would come back for it. The changes started slowly. The forest atmosphere shifted in subtle ways. The air grew thick and heavy, while normal woodland sounds became strangely muted. Birds and rustling leaves sounded far away, like someone had turned down nature's volume. When I passed the same spot on my way back, the briefcase had vanished without a trace. No footprints, no disturbed plants, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. Strange things kept happening in the days that followed. My phone started acting up, the battery drained unusually fast, calls got filled with static, and the screen would randomly flicker. I constantly felt watched, but never saw anyone when I looked around. These small disruptions put me on edge. A few days later, I returned to the trail to clear my head. That's when I saw him, a man in a crisp black suit and tie standing by the parking lot. His dark hair was perfectly combed, but his eyes were what struck me. They looked empty, like hollow sockets with nothing behind them. He just stood there watching as I approached the trail. When I looked back, thinking he might say something, he silently turned and walked away, his feet barely making noise on the gravel. Something told me this man and that mysterious briefcase were connected, though I couldn't explain how. Every evening, I cover mundane local stories for the Melrose Gazette in our small Nebraska town. County fairs, city council meetings, that's my usual beat. But that night was different. A crop circle had appeared overnight on a local farm, and something about it drew me in. I couldn't ignore it. The sky was thick with mist from the Platte River when I arrived at dusk. Rain had left the dirt roads slippery, and corn stalks loomed on both sides, their tips brushing against low clouds. There was something monumental. There was something strange in the air, a damp earthiness mixed with an odd metallic scent I couldn't quite place. With my editor's approval and the nervous farmer Hank's permission, I ventured into the field carrying my camera and notepad. The circle itself was remarkable. Perfectly formed rings and lines spanning 50 feet across. Each stalk was carefully bent but not broken, as if carved by an invisible stencil. The wet ground and fresh-looking crops suggested this was recent work. What struck me first was the silence. The world had gone completely still. No bugs chirping, no leaves rustling, not even a bark from the nearby farm dogs. Just the squelch of my boots in the mud. My phone started acting strange too, its battery plummeting from 70% to 20% in minutes, though I barely used it. Later, when I returned to that spot, I searched everywhere but found no trace of the briefcase or any signs of disturbance. The man never appeared again, at least not directly. Now when I'm alone, I sometimes catch fleeting glimpses of a figure in a black suit, with those same hollow eyes, hovering just beyond my peripheral vision. Questions keep nagging at me about that briefcase. What did it contain? Why was it there? Where did it go? I have no answers, only an unsettling sense that something was observing me, waiting, perhaps trying to communicate in ways I couldn't comprehend. The black sedan caught my eye first, parked across the street from my house around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. I brushed it off as a neighbor's visitor, but that was before everything changed in the cornfield. I remember standing there, watching that circle while the mist rolled in thick and heavy. The corn seemed to press closer, tall stalks blocking my view beyond the field. My heart nearly stopped when I heard footsteps behind me. I whirled around but found nothing, just corn swaying in the breeze. Then came the voices. Men's voices, calm and low, just far enough away that I couldn't catch their words. It sounded like they were repeating a question. As I walked toward the sound, two figures emerged from the fog, men in black suits, their shoes somehow gleaming despite the mud. They looked completely out of place in a nighttime cornfield. One looked straight at me and asked, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His whispered words cut through the silence. When I asked what he meant, they just stared. The second man's eyes dark and unreadable. The mist grew thicker as I stepped back. Before I could say more, they turned and disappeared into the field like shadows melting into darkness. I called after them, but the fog swallowed my words. The next morning, I brought the farmer and some deputies back to the site. The crop circle had vanished. No trace it was ever there. The corn stood perfectly straight with no footprints or signs of disturbance anywhere. My photos from the night before only show mist, thicker than I remembered, like a heavy curtain. I rarely talk about that night anymore. The circle, those men, that strange question. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed it all. But when heavy fog settles over Melrose, I hear that question again in my mind, still with no answer. Every night for a week, the same black sedan appeared outside my house. A newer model with completely tinted windows, spotlessly clean, no license plates. It would park perfectly along the curb, engine off, as if it belonged there. At first, I brushed it off, probably someone waiting for a friend. I even checked with my neighbor Tim, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual. The timing was unsettling, though. The car started showing up exactly 2 weeks after my strange experience on State Route 42. I'd been driving home late one night and stopped at an overlook to stretch and get some air. The night was clear and cool, stars twinkling above. While scrolling through photos on my phone, I looked up and saw something that stopped me cold. A dark object hovered about 50 feet above the highway's center line. It was smoothly rounded, unlike any aircraft I'd ever seen. No wings, no lights, no sound. The shape seemed to swallow the light around it, making its edges blur into the night sky. The streetlights below flickered and dimmed. I managed to snap a few blurry photos before it slowly drifted away over the tree line and disappeared. I drove home that night with an odd feeling of being watched. A few days later, the black sedan appeared. Now it shows up like clockwork, sitting silent and still outside my house. Through those dark windows, I can't see the driver, but I know someone's there. The quiet feels heavy, oppressive. No headlights, no brake lights, just that perfect parallel parking job night after night. The Oklahoma plains in late April can make or break a storm chaser. I've been doing this for years, mostly freelance work for local news and weather sites. Nothing fancy, but everything changed after those photos. The black sedan started showing up outside my house a few days later. At first, I brushed it off as coincidence, maybe someone just watching the neighborhood. But why me? I hadn't fought with anyone, didn't owe money, had no enemies. The only thing different in my life was those storm pictures. One night, about a week after the car first appeared, I went out for a smoke. The sedan was there, like always. This time I caught movement behind those tinted windows. Just a slight shift, the driver slowly turning to watch me. My heart jumped. I rushed back inside, locked up, checked every window. I kept telling myself I was just being paranoid. Then came the knock around 9 p.m., soft, careful, like someone trying to stay quiet while still getting my attention. Through the crack in the door, I saw him, black suit, perfectly pressed, no tie. He looked normal enough, but something was off. He stood too still, too composed, like he'd practiced this moment countless times. Without a word or smile, he handed me a business card, plain white, expensive paper that felt unnaturally smooth. No name or company, just one line in black ink, "Forget the pictures." His voice barely reached a whisper. Before I could respond, he vanished. The street was empty, no car, no people, nothing. I wanted to throw the card away but kept it in my pocket instead. The sedan never came back after that night. The photos are still on my phone though. I thought about deleting them, but something won't let me. I haven't shown them to anyone, not friends, not family. Now, in quiet moments after dark, I catch myself checking the windows, half expecting to see those black-tinted windows staring back. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. Should I delete the pictures? Keep them? One thing's certain. When I look at those photos now, that shape above the highway isn't just a shadow anymore. Something's looking back at me, something I was never meant to see. The strange calls began the day after my storm footage went viral. A so-called insurance agent asked about wind damage to my brain, speaking in this eerily clinical tone. At first, I thought it was just a prank, but something about their scripted-sounding voice felt off. It had all started the previous afternoon when I was out storm-chasing northwest of Tulsa. The sky looked surreal, this intense mix of dark gray and green that made the air feel electric. I followed a funnel cloud down empty back roads, finally pulling onto a gravel shoulder to set up my camera. The scene was typical at first, rotating clouds, thick at the base, tearing across flat land. Wind howled, and dust flew while I filmed the usual elements, swirling debris, distant lightning, twisting cloud formations. But then something caught my eye that didn't belong. Above the funnel's tip, there was this strange shimmer. Through my zoomed lens, I could see it wasn't ordinary storm debris. This thing moved too smoothly, too precisely. It was this metallic-looking oval shape, maybe car-sized, that seemed to float deliberately along the storm's edge. It caught the dying sunlight with an odd gleam. I filmed for about 2 minutes, fighting to keep the camera steady as rain began falling. The mysterious object vanished behind the funnel as it changed direction, disappearing into the clouds. Still buzzing with adrenaline, I quickly packed up and drove back to town. That night, I shared the footage on YouTube and some storm-chasing forums. By morning, it had exploded online, with thousands viewing and debating what they saw. Some claimed it was just a drone or a light reflection, but I wasn't convinced. And that's when things really got weird, starting with that unsettling phone call. The day started like any other autumn hike in Montana's Bitterroot National Forest. It was early October, with leaves changing colors and that cool bite in the air, warning of winter's approach. I'd chosen a trail I'd never walked before, away from the popular spots, hoping to catch some peaceful moments and photograph the fall colors. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, and streams trickled in the distance. All perfectly normal forest sounds. Then everything changed as I crossed a small ridge and headed into a hollow. The forest fell into an unnatural silence, like someone had pressed mute on the whole world. No birds, no wind, nothing at all. I noticed odd flickers in the sky, like something trying to hide but accidentally showing itself. My phone started acting up, too, beeping randomly without any notifications. One night while driving home from a diner, my radio went completely dead for 5 minutes. No static, just total silence, though my car was running fine. A mechanic check the next day showed nothing wrong. The strangest part came after I posted my footage online. I got this weird phone call asking about exposure, claiming it was standard procedure for people involved in extreme weather events. When I asked who they were, they went quiet and hung up. The number was disconnected when I tried calling back. That's when my video disappeared from YouTube. No explanation, no takedown notice, it just vanished. My backup copy wouldn't upload, and anyone who had saved or shared it lost their copies too, with files either corrupting or disappearing entirely. It's been a couple months now. I still chase storms but keep my distance from funnels and anything too close. Sometimes I question if I really saw that metallic shape, got that call, or lost that video, but I can't shake the memory of that strange shimmer above the funnel cloud. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't any normal storm phenomenon I'd ever encountered. The forest's unnatural stillness caught my attention first. No birds singing, no wind in the trees, not even the usual stream sounds I'd grown used to hearing. I stood frozen, taking in this strange quiet that seemed to press in from all sides. The whole forest felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. What I saw next in the clearing changed everything. A black helicopter hung there, maybe 20 feet up, its blades turning slowly. It wasn't like any normal rescue chopper. This thing was completely matte black, no markings, making this weird mechanical hum instead of the usual rotor sound. Below it stood 3 figures in a perfect line wearing black uniforms. They were completely still, like statues, with no faces visible, just black, shapes against the forest backdrop. I couldn't move at first. My brain said to turn back, but my feet wouldn't listen. Instead, I pulled out my camera, my shaking hands snapping a few pictures. Then the helicopter lifted off, gliding silently over the trees. The figures stayed for a moment before they just disappeared. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. Despite the warm air, A chill ran through me as I headed back to the trailhead, my heart racing. Things got stranger the following week. During my usual Monday morning commute, just a normal 25-minute drive through back roads, a black SUV showed up behind me. Big vehicle, dark windows, no visible plates. At first, I wrote it off as coincidence, but it matched every turn I made into downtown. When I stopped at a red light, someone from the passenger side leaned out and said, "Forests don't like." That weird silence in the woods suddenly made more sense, but I wished it hadn't. My name is Jamie Towers from Asheville, North Carolina. Almost 2 years ago, I started a podcast focused on weird stories, local mysteries, odd disappearances, and things people usually dismiss as conspiracy theories or urban legends. Nothing too extreme, just cases that don't quite add up. Last month's episode covered an unsolved UFO sighting from the 1970s. It was about a trucker named Walt who reported strange lights over the highway near Cherokee, followed by missing time. While most locals treat it as just another campfire story and official records are sparse, I managed to uncover some old audio interviews and put the pieces together. That episode became my most listened to content ever. Then things got strange. The day after the episode went live, mysterious voicemails started appearing on my podcast number. At first, they were just bursts of static, like a bad connection. But gradually, the static cleared enough to reveal a deep, distorted voice repeatedly saying, "Turn back the signal." No other message, no identification, just those words. I initially brushed it off as someone's idea of a joke, but the calls kept coming. His voice was quiet and controlled when he said "company," but something about it disturbed me more than the actual words. I drove away when the light turned green without responding. The SUV followed several miles behind before finally disappearing. But that phrase haunted me. I couldn't stop wondering if it was meant as a warning. In the days that followed, I kept looking for the SUV, but never saw it again. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My phone started dying unusually quickly, and I began noticing fleeting movements in my peripheral vision, shadows that disappeared when I tried to look directly at them. I tried convincing myself it was just stress or exhaustion, but I couldn't forget that silent clearing, the helicopter, and those three motionless figures that seemed to belong to another reality. One I wasn't supposed to witness. I've avoided that part of the forest ever since. The true nature of what happened that day remains a mystery to me, but when everything is still and quiet, I can still sense those dark shapes watching from somewhere in the distance. The phone calls began shortly after I covered Walt's story on my podcast. They came in the dark hours, repeating the same haunting phrase through bursts of static that shook my phone. Blocking the numbers was useless. They kept changing, leaving no trace, no caller ID to track. My friends brushed it off as viral marketing or someone's idea of a joke. But something felt deeply wrong, and my instincts proved right. A week after the episode aired, I discovered all my podcast equipment had vanished. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, and headphone set. Living alone on the outskirts of town, with no roommates and no signs of forced entry, the theft made no sense. It was as if someone with a key had carefully selected exactly what to take. The discovery on my doorstep turned my unease to dread. There, centered perfectly on the welcome mat, sat one of my old interview microphones. When I lifted it, I found the word "silence" carved into its base. The police dismissed it as an unusual burglary, but they had no answers for the missing equipment or the ominous message left behind. The voicemail stopped after that, but my peace of mind was shattered. I found myself constantly checking locks, startling at sounds, watching the shadows. I took down the Walt episode and temporarily shut down the podcast, hoping to end whatever I'd started. Instead, things got stranger. My recordings began picking up inexplicable static and whispers, persisting through equipment wipes and system resets. The silence in my apartment grew oppressive, feeling almost alive. Then came last night's knock, soft, purposeful, at midnight. The peephole showed no one, but a small cassette tape waited on the porch-like ledge, unmarked and worn. I brought it inside and pressed play. The first sign something was wrong came through my old tape player. Just silence and a low pulse like a heartbeat. Then that deep, eerily calm voice emerged. "Turn back the signal." I switched it off immediately, my heart racing. Now I sit here writing, my phone crackling with static bursts of that same voice, while that cold, silent microphone watches from my desk. The missing gear and these strange messages leave me lost, unsure of my next move. It had started as a perfectly normal evening flight. I took my 1974 Piper Cherokee up from Missoula's municipal strip just after 7 p.m. The weather was ideal, just scattered clouds, no rough air. The plane belongs to me and Pete from the flying club. Nothing special, but a reliable four-seater we keep in a shared hangar. I love these solo sunset flights in fall, when the air turns smooth. Everything was by the book, flight plan filed, clearance received, all checks complete. 20 minutes into what should have been a routine loop toward the Bitterroots, I spotted something strange off my left wing. A metallic, round object, maybe 200 feet away, flew alongside me. Too big and high for a drone, it was perfectly circular, like a coin's edge. No lights, no markings, no visible engines, and completely silent. The silence was striking even over my engine noise. The object matched my speed for about 15 seconds before shooting up at an angle and disappearing into the clouds. I radioed ATC with a calm position report and mentioned the unidentified aircraft. After a pause, they reported no traffic or radar contacts in my area, unusual even for quiet airspace. I finished the flight normally, logged everything, and filed a basic report to document the incident. 3 weeks passed without any response to my flight report about an unauthorized aircraft. I wasn't too concerned at first. These things can get lost in the system, and after 30 years of flying, I'm used to bureaucratic delays. But when I checked the online flight log, my report had vanished completely. The paper copy from the hangar was missing too, and Pete hadn't touched it. Things got stranger when I called the FAA field office. The representative acted like I was confused, insisting there was no report linked to that flight. When I asked him to check again, he paused before suggesting I might be misremembering. Something in his voice made me drop the subject right there. It was a quiet Sunday morning when everything changed. I arrived early at the hangar, coffee in hand, and spotted a black rental car at the end of the row. 2 men in black suits, stiffy, back sign, hood beside it, facing the hangars without speaking. They weren't dressed for the wind, no hats or coats, and seemed to be waiting for someone. I thought they might be insurance representatives or federal inspectors. Though we hadn't had any incidents that would warrant a visit, as soon as I started opening the hangar door, they walked toward me with an eerily synchronized stride. Both men looked remarkably similar, clean-shaven, pale, late 30s, with identical short haircuts. They could have been cousins trying to match each other's appearance. One of them addressed me in a flat, teleprompter-like voice, Mr. Wilcox. After I nodded, he mentioned my report about a visual anomaly east of Missoula. This caught me off guard, the report that had supposedly never existed. "Who are you with?" I asked. I'll never forget that cold February night 2 winters ago. It was nearly 1 a.m., and I was walking Benny, my shepherd mix, for his final bathroom break of the day. We live in a quiet part of Spokane Valley, near Pines and 16, just regular ranch houses and old trees. The streets were empty and dry, perfect for a quick walk in sneakers and a hoodie. 2 men showed up later. The second one had this weird smile, wide but cold. "You can call us contractors," he said. "We handle misfiled data." Something about how he said misfiled made my skin crawl, like whatever happened hadn't been an accident. The first man moved closer, asking if I'd been feeling strange since the event, dizzy, confused, hearing things. I told them I was fine, but he clearly didn't buy it. They kept pushing their angle. They suggested pilots often mistake visual artifacts for debris or weather patterns. It made me angry. I knew exactly what I'd seen. No weather balloon, no debris. The second man looked toward the hangar before suggesting I take a few weeks off from flying. "Let things settle," his call. "Aid." When I pointed out that I hadn't been officially grounded, his partner replied with, "Not yet." Then came the moment that truly scared me. The first man looked straight at me and said, "Still chasing the sky, ha, Chippy." My blood ran cold. Nobody had called me Chippy since I was 10. It was my grandfather's nickname for me. That name wasn't documented anywhere. They left without another word, their shoes oddly silent on the gravel as they walked back to their car. Later that night, I discovered all traces of my report had vanished, from my emails, my notes, even my local computer files. Just empty documents with the original names. Pete spotted their car the next evening, just sitting there by the tree line. I haven't taken to the skies since. I was out walking my dog Benny when my ordinary evening took an extraordinary turn. This massive black triangle appeared in the sky, nothing like the planes I regularly see overhead. It drifted silently above us, maybe 200 feet up, with just 3 dim white lights marking its corners. The strangest part was how it moved impossibly slow for something that big, without making a sound or stirring the air. Everything got weirdly quiet while it passed over us. The normal nighttime sounds just faded away. I couldn't even hear Benny breathing or my own footsteps anymore. It was like someone had turned down the volume on reality. Benny, usually such a vocal dog, just sat there silently watching until it disappeared behind the trees to the north. I tried to grab a photo, but my phone had frozen on the lock screen. It wouldn't respond until about half a minute after the triangle was gone. I kept it to myself the next day, figuring it must have been some military craft or new kind of drone I hadn't seen before. Just one of those odd experiences you eventually forget about. But 2 days later, things started getting so strange. I jolted awake for no reason and went to check the thermostat. That's when I spotted the car, an old black sedan with chrome trim, just sitting there with its headlights on across from the Wilkins house. At exactly 3:17 a.m., those headlights did this weird slow flash, like they were sending a signal. Then the car just cruised away quietly, turning at the end of the block. I tried to write it off as a dream or someone lost and turning around. But the next night, there it was again, same car, same time, same flash of the headlights. This pattern kept repeating night after night, though the car would park in slightly different spots. Every time right at 3:17 a.m., like clockwork. At first I ignored the car that showed up every night at 3:17. It would park in roughly the same area, sometimes by the Wilkins house, other times nearer to the Morgans, but always across from my place. After 5 nights of this, I started getting uneasy. I tried gathering evidence, setting up my phone on a tripod to record for 20 minutes starting at 3:10. The next morning's footage showed nothing but an empty street, even though I'd watched that car with my own eyes. I even waved at it once, but got no response. My neighbors had no clue what I was talking about. The Morgans, who never closed their blinds, hadn't seen it. Old Mr. Harrington, whose dog goes crazy at the slightest movement, noticed nothing unusual. Even my wife brushed it off when I told her, suggesting I should stop watching strange documentaries before bed. She works night shifts at the hospital, so she'd never been around to see it herself. I changed my routine. No more late night walks with Benny. We started going out right after dinner instead. But I kept watching that window. Night after night, the car returned at exactly 3:17, flashed once, and vanished before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergent Burkost Psy police line about it, but nothing changed. Finally, about a week in, I decided to wait outside. I stood on the porch behind a column, all lights off. Benny paced anxiously inside. He'd been nervous about letting me out of his sight lately. The car pulled up at 3:17, running lights only, no headlights. It looked unnaturally clean, with no front license plate. The engine kept running as it sat there. When I stepped out for a better look, the driver's window rolled halfway down. A man in a black suit sat there, pale, thin-faced, no hat. We stared at each other for about 10 seconds. Then he raised his hand like a stop signal, rolled up the window and drove away without flashing his lights. I never saw that car again. I used to do field work near Lander, Wyoming, and knew this quiet spot on County Road 21, just scrub hills and a broken windmill about 30 miles east of town. 2 summers ago, during the Perseid meteor shower, I decided to head out there. It's perfect for stargazing, no light pollution at all. I arrived by 11 p.m., way before peak viewing time, parked my truck off the shoulder, set up a blanket in the bed with some coffee and my camera. The night was perfect. Clear skies, no moon, no clouds, no cell service either, which made the solitude even better. I dozed off around 12:30 after a few uneventful hours. When I woke up after 2 a.m., the meteor shower was in full swing. I had my camera on a basic tripod in the truck bed, taking long exposures of the brilliant sky. But something strange caught my eye around 3 o'clock. There was a shape on the road behind me, about 50 feet back. At first I thought it was my tripod's shadow, but when I moved, it didn't. It was a person, standing completely still in the middle of the road. I waited, thinking someone must have pulled over and walked up, but I never heard a car or footsteps on the gravel. They just stood there, unnaturally still. When I shined my headlamp their way, the light hit everything except their face. They didn't react at all. No flinching, no movement. I quickly snapped one photo with my phone. The moment I did, they turned and walked into the darkness beyond the road slope. Silently, just gone. I called out and walked closer to check if they needed help. No response. For several nights after, I kept watch, but the street stayed empty. No headlights, no idling cars. Part of me was relieved, but I also missed knowing where to look. Now, I still checked the street at 3:17 out of habit, And sometimes I think I hear a car idling down the block. But when I look, there's never anything there. Standing in that empty Carnico parking lot at 7 a.m., my hand twitched for the phone that wasn't there anymore. Everything had happened so fast. 5 minutes earlier, in the bathroom, a man in a spotless black suit had walked in while I was drying my hands. Clean cut, pale, mid-40s, no tie but buttoned to the top. He didn't fit in there at all. The whole thing started the night before. I'd gone out to watch the meteor shower, snapped a quick photo when I heard a noise. The picture showed something that made my skin crawl. A tall, thin figure with oddly long arms and a strange, featureless head. Not quite black, but close. I told myself it was just the camera playing tricks, locked my phone, and tried to forget about it. But then came that man in the bathroom. He just stood there by the sinks and said, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was some weird joke. Then he turned to look at me. His eyes were wrong. The color off, pupils too big or eyes too pale. They weren't fake, just not right. He asked for my phone. No threats, just this flat certainty in his voice, and I gave it to him. I still don't know why. He knew my lock code without me tell in him. Then he walked out and vanished. Just disappeared. The cashier, still flipping through his flyer, swore nobody had come in. The parking lot was empty, no black car, no weird SUV, nothing but my truck. I'd never chased after whatever made that noise in the dark the night before. Now, standing there in the morning sun, I realized my phone was gone. Along with that strange photo, my pockets were empty, and that man, whatever he was, had taken it with him. My phone revealed a factory reset I never did. Everything wiped clean except my cloud-synced contacts. The photo, texts, downloads, all vanished. Even recovery software on my laptop couldn't find anything. The metadata showed a reset at 7:14 a.m., exactly when I was in that gas station bathroom. Nobody ever came near me or touched my phone. The few people I've told think I dozed off and dreamed it. I know I didn't. I've avoided that road ever since. It happened during our trip to Deep Creek Lake in October. The off-season meant empty rental properties and water too cold for swimming, but I always loved the quietness then. Mallory and I had booked 2 nights at a basic roadside motel near the state park entrance. Thin walls, 1 ice machine, nothing special. Around 11 o'clock that first night, we drove to a boat launch area at the lake's north end. The unlit gravel lot was empty. We had the place to ourselves, so we settled on the car hood with coffee and a blanket. The wind whispered across the water, and the opposite shore was barely visible, just a dark line against the night sky. After about 20 minutes, something caught our attention. What looked like fog at first moved with purpose, rising directly from the lake. We watched as an enormous shape emerged, not floating or splashing, but lifting straight up in complete silence. It wasn't mechanical, no lights, no rotors, just this musty, dark form that must have been resting on the lake bottom. When Mallory wondered if it was a blimp, I knew it wasn't. The shape was all wrong, more like a stretched wedge with a flat bottom, no curves or gondola underneath. It stopped about 50 feet up and just hung there in absolute silence. The motel coffee wasn't worth the trip to the lobby that morning. The place was empty except for 2 men, the desk clerk and someone else sitting by the fake fireplace. This guy stuck out, black suit, dark tie, sunglasses inside before dawn. He held a newspaper upside down, turning the pages like it was perfectly normal. He didn't look my way once. I grabbed my coffee and left, feeling uneasy. Back in the room, I told Mallory about the strange man. She laughed at first, until she saw I was serious. We packed quickly, deciding to leave early. While she went to settle the bill, I started the car. When she returned, she was shaken. The man had followed right behind her, stopping at the door just to watch her walk to the car. Never said a word, never helped with the door, just stared. It had all started the night before at the lake. We'd seen something impossible. A shape moving silently across the water, not quite touching it, gliding a few feet above the surface. No splashing, no sound at all. It drifted past the trees and vanished into the darkness. We sat frozen until Mallory broke the silence. We should go. As we left, we found a note under the windshield wiper. I hadn't seen anyone place it there. No footsteps, no lights, nothing. I used the wipers to knock it loose. Mallory picked up the folded white paper. Inside were block letters. Keep driving. Next time. That was all. We drove back to the motel in silence. The night was restless, the bed too soft, the heater too loud. And now this strange man in the lobby. He didn't follow when we finally left. At least, not that we could see. On the drive home, we tried talking about what happened, but the words felt wrong somehow. Mallory just said, "Let's just get home." That was enough. I never meant to stumble onto anything weird. My modern American myth course paper was supposed to be easy. I picked UFOs purely because I thought there'd be plenty of sources to work with. Nothing serious, just a school assignment connecting myths to real events. Looking into the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in Connecticut seemed perfect since it was close to my school. The old reports were pretty standard UFO stuff at first. Lights in the sky, spooked farm animals, and a watch that mysteriously stopped for 40 minutes. I dug through local archives, newspapers, and online forums. But 2 articles mentioned something odd. Federal agents showing up afterward. They weren't described or named, just briefly mentioned. I figured it was probably nothing, but made a note anyway. A local historian named Vince Halbrook pointed me towards some microfilm archives in Springfield when I reached out. That's when things got strange. Tuesday night around 8:20, while I was doing homework with my roommate Aaron, I got an email from someone claiming to be Dr. Harlan Oakes at Southern University of New Hampshire. The message was short and threatening. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." When I checked, there was no Dr. Oakes at that university. Later, I found my dashcam footage from that night. I'd accidentally left it running. The recording shows us arriving at the drive-in and parking, then goes completely black for 2 hours before picking up again as we left. The file wasn't tampered with. Those hours are just empty. No sound, no picture. I still had the note tucked away in my glove compartment. The fire alarm shattered all your evening, that piercing sound and strobing red lights hitting the whole dorm building at once. Everyone shuffled out to the courtyard, grumbling and huddled in their sweats and hoodies against the early March chill. The wet pavement and wine didn't help anyone's mood. That's when I saw them. 2 men in black suits with short black coats and dark ties, standing motionless across the street. They weren't doing anything. No phones, no pictures, no talking, just standing there. One wore sunglasses, despite it being night. The other didn't. Their hands hung still at their sides. But what really got me was their stares. They were looking right at me, not at the building or the crowd. This had started just minutes earlier when I'd shown Aaron that strange email. I'd checked the headers carefully. Everything looked legitimate, no spoofing, and it had cleared all the campus filters. Aaron had just shrugged it off, suggesting it was probably a classmate messing with him about his topic. I tried getting Aaron's attention when I spotted the men. He was next to me, absorbed in Instagram like everyone else. People chatting, scrolling phones, killing time. No one else seemed to notice the men across the street. When Aaron finally looked up, they'd vanished. No footsteps, no cars, just gone. Back in the dorm, things got weirder. The email had completely disappeared. Not in my inbox. Trash, archived folders, nowhere. A search of my laptop turned up nothing. The next morning, the campus IT desk told me deleted emails couldn't be recovered without admin access. When they checked the sender's address, they found something even stranger. No record of that email ever passing through university servers on any Sun domain. I gave up after that, switching my paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. But it didn't feel random, and I spent the rest of the semester constantly looking over my shoulder walking to class. Something about it all just wasn't right. The Mojave Desert stretches endlessly between Las Vegas and LA. Nothing but cacti and scrub brush alongside a lonely strip of asphalt. I was making that drive late one night, my gas gauge running low, hours after sunset. The emptiness and silence started getting to me after a while. There's something about being alone in such a vast space that messes with your head. Around 1 a.m., something caught my eye. A figure on the shoulder ahead. A man in a black suit, standing perfectly still with his hand raised. At first, I thought it was just someone who'd broken down. Though it seemed strange, no other cars for miles. Just this lone person in formal wear in the middle of nowhere. As I got closer and slowed down to help, something felt wrong. His hand wasn't waving. It was frozen in place, palm out like a stop signal. His face looked blank, expressionless. There was something deeply unsettling about him, like he wasn't quite real, or was watching me in some inhuman way. Despite the desert heat, I felt cold. I kept driving. The moment I passed him, everything electronic went haywire. My GPS screen flickered and went dark, then came back showing a completely different route. One that led right back to where that figure had been standing. I tried reprogramming it, but it kept insisting on the same loop. When I pulled over to check my phone, there was no signal at all. Complete disconnection. The desert had gone dead silent by then. No natural sounds, no wind, just heavy stillness in the air, like before a storm, though the star-filled sky was clear. After rebooting my car's systems with no success, I checked the shoulder again with my headlights. The man was gone without a trace. That's when real fear started creeping in. I finally just ignored the GPS and kept driving, refusing to go back. It started as a typical drive home from Emma's cabin in the Cascades that Sunday night in early November. The weather was cold enough to see your breath, but the roads were still clear of ice. I left around 10:30 p.m., hoping to make it back to Seattle at a decent hour. The route took me through forest roads, with tall firs flanking both sides under a mostly clear sky, save for a strange thin fog hovering near the treetops. About 20 minutes in, things got weird. The classic rock station I was listening to started acting up, not in the usual way signals fade in the mountains. The music would cut out, come back louder, then burst into static with sudden volume spikes before dying completely. Every station was the same, nothing but static. That's when I spotted it. A single light above the tree line to my right. It wasn't like any normal aircraft light. This one was bright but oddly soft, about the size of a car's headlight, glowing like an orb. What made it unsettling was how it barely moved. After watching it for 5 minutes, it had only drifted a tiny bit in the sky. No blinking, just that steady, strange glow. Hours later, exhausted and shaken, I checked into a small motel on the edge of town. I tried convincing myself it was just fatigue and stress, attempting to push the whole thing from my mind. Then the phone rang just after midnight. I answered despite not recognizing the number. The voice on the other end was unnaturally calm and cold. "You were right not to stop. Not everyone is..." The line went dead. I barely slept that night, staring at the phone for what felt like forever before hanging up. My GPS worked perfectly fine the next morning as I headed home, but I couldn't shake the memory of that figure by the road, the endless loop, and that mysterious call. To this day, I don't know who or what it was, but I'm deeply grateful I kept driving. The stone derived, I kept driving. Night sky was unlike anything I'd ever seen, a mysterious glow drifting silently above. No navigation lights, no mechanical sounds, just this eerie luminescence moving at an odd pace through the darkness. My phone had no signal, leaving me alone with my thoughts as I drove down the empty road. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe a helicopter, a weather balloon, or someone's drone, but everything about it felt wrong. The complete silence, the strange speed, the way it would randomly pulse brighter and dimmer, drawing my eyes back no matter how hard I tried to look away. Relief came about 15 minutes later when I spotted Maple's Fuel ahead. It was one of those retro stations with a small store and old pumps under buzzing neon lights. I needed gas, coffee, and a moment to gather myself. The cold hit me as soon as I stepped out. Through the trees, that same light still hovered in the sky, watching. While I filled my tank, a man appeared at the next pump over. He wore a plain black suit and tie, clean-shaven, probably mid-40s. Nothing remarkable about him except his unnaturally calm demeanor. "Some lights are meant to be ignored," he said quietly. I stared at him, startled. He leaned against the pump. "You saw it too, didn't you?" All I could do was nod. He gave me a slight smile and walked into the store. The door shut behind him with an oddly mechanical sound. Inside, I got my coffee and waited, trying to process what just happened. The sky outside had gone dark. The light was gone. The cashier wasn't any help when I asked about strange happenings or visitors. "People come and go all the time, but nothing out of the ordinary," was all she said. Back at my car, I looked up one last time. The light hadn't returned. There was nothing left to do but drive home. It started as a typical September morning in northern Minnesota. I was doing my usual rounds at door, and taking notes on forest activity while walking the perimeter. The air had that familiar crisp feeling. Fall was coming, but hadn't fully arrived yet. Everything seemed normal until it didn't. The clearing caught my attention. Something was off about it. The usual sounds, cicadas humming and leaves rustling, felt distant, muted somehow. That's when I saw them, perfectly round scorch marks in the dirt, arranged in a circle, 6 or 7 of them, each about 2 feet wide, forming a pattern roughly 15 feet across. These weren't ordinary burn marks. The soil underneath was black and cracked, but everything around them remained untouched. No burned leaves, no broken branches, just these clean, symmetrical impressions in the ground, like giant cookie cutters had been pressed into the earth. I searched for any explanation, footprints, tire tracks, signs of camping, or human activity. Nothing. I documented everything meticulously, took photos, made sketches, collected soil samples, and marked the GPS location. When I radioed the research station, they suggested lightning strikes or animal territory marking, but those explanations didn't add up. The precision of these marks was unlike anything I'd encountered in my field work or research. The forest felt different that day. The silence was heavy, unnatural. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I was about to pack up and head back when I realized something had shifted in the woods. The quiet wasn't just quiet anymore. It felt meaningful, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I never mentioned what I saw that day to Emma or anyone else. Some things feel too strange to put into words. The man's cryptic warning, "Some lights are meant to be ignored," still echoes in my thoughts. I kept watching the sky through my windshield all the way home, half expecting another glimpse of that light, but saw nothing. When I finally got home and closed the door behind me, the strange heaviness settled in my chest. Since that night, the sky has never looked quite the same to me. In the old research cabin where I worked, everything was simple. Wood walls, a small kitchen, and a single room for my studies. I hadn't expected that one afternoon would change everything. Just after lunch, a knock echoed through the quiet space. The visitor was tall, wearing a black suit that seemed bizarre for these woods. His presence was unsettling, dark, steady eyes and a calm, flat voice. No identification, no badge, nothing to explain who he was or why he'd come. He got straight to the point. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior." I shared what I knew about the scorch marks and showed him my photos. His reaction was minimal, but his questions were oddly specific. About my work, the animals, the data. The way he studied every word and movement made me increasingly uneasy. Most strange was how he knew about the clearing without asking for directions, politely declining my offer to guide him there. For almost an hour he stayed, then left as mysteriously as he'd arrived. His footsteps were eerily quiet on the forest floor as he disappeared among the trees. After he'd gone, I checked everything. Equipment, locks, but found nothing missing. Still, something felt wrong. The memory of those scorch marks haunted me in the days that followed. I kept returning to the clearing, searching for new signs, but found nothing unusual. Yet the whole experience left its mark. The unnatural silence of that place, the man's disturbing composure, his inexplicable knowledge. Now, when the wind moves through the trees at night, I sometimes catch a strange, low hum, unlike any animal or machine I've ever heard. It's just a subtle vibration in the forest's silence. The man never returned, never called, never sent any message. Just that single visit, leaving me with the creeping sensation that whatever was out there wasn't focused on me, but was definitely watching. I live in Tequila, just a couple blocks from the Green River Trail near Seattle. That spring morning changed everything, though it didn't seem special at first. The fog was thick and low-hanging when I headed out for my usual early morning walk at 5 a.m., making everything look soft around the edges. The river is always peaceful at that hour, just water sounds and early birds breaking the silence. I was walking with my hands tucked in my jacket pockets, mostly watching my feet on the path, when something caught my eye. There was this strange glow hovering about 10 feet above the water, drifting slowly upstream against the current. The sky was still grey and clouded, too early for sunlight, and this wasn't any normal reflection. It was a pale blue-green light that seemed to float on the mist itself, moving without a sound. No buzzing, no humming, nothing. I stopped dead in my tracks and blinked hard a few times. The light kept moving steadily along, barely disturbing the water's surface. The whole scene felt wrong somehow, like I shouldn't get any closer. I kept walking, looking back now and then, until the fog swallowed up that weird glow completely. This was around 5:15 a.m. By the time I got home around 6 o'clock, I was tired and thinking about coffee, but as I approached my small townhouse, my heart stopped. The front door was cracked open slightly, enough to see inside from the street. Living alone, I always locked up, especially at night. I stood there frozen, straining to hear anything. Footsteps, voices, anything. But there was just the distant sound of cars on the main road. I pulled out my phone and texted my brother Mark. He's a cop, doors open. Don't come over or anything. By T, I might need you to check this out. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. The couch cushions were exactly where I'd left them. Something strange started happening after Mike and I returned from our camping trip in the White Mountains. The silence was the first sign something wasn't right. When I got home, I found my front door unlocked, even though I distinctly remember locking it before we left. Inside, everything looked normal at first glance. The TV was off and nothing seemed disturbed. Then I noticed something bizarre about the clocks. Every single one in the house, the kitchen wall clock, my bedside alarm, even the microwave, all showed exactly 3:33. What made this particularly unsettling was that these clocks never sync perfectly. They're usually off by a few minutes, so seeing them all stopped at the same time made no sense. I considered a power outage, but that didn't add up. The lights worked fine, my phone was fully charged, and there were no warning signals. I called my friend Mark about it, but told him not to rush over when he offered to check things after his shift. Throughout the day, I felt uneasy. I spent time checking locks, changing the keypad code, and moving around more than usual. The silence in the house felt different, heavier, like the air had become dense. Later that evening, around 7 o'clock, I took my regular walk through the neighborhood park across the street. That's when I saw him, a man in a black funeral-style suit sitting on a bench near the playground. He was reading a newspaper, but as I got closer, I realized something wasn't right. The pages were completely blank, no text, no pictures, just white paper. When I slowed down to look at him, he briefly glanced up with dark, unreadable eyes before returning to his blank paper. I tried saying evening, but he didn't respond. The air around him felt colder, and a chill ran down my spine. Back home, I double-checked all the locks and windows. The next few days passed without incident, no mysterious lights on the river. No unlocked doors, no strange men with blank newspapers. But I've developed new habits. I stare at clocks longer than necessary, and I often feel like someone's watching me through the windows, even though I never see anyone there. I can't explain what I saw on the river that morning, or why my door was unlocked when I returned. It all seems connected somehow, but I've kept these experiences to myself. I'm not sure I want to share them with anyone else. We went camping for a couple nights, nothing fancy, just drinking beers and doing some daytime hiking. The night was cold, but the sky was perfectly clear. Around midnight, we were lying by our campfire near our tents, looking up at the stars. When we first saw it, the light started as a dim glow above the tree line. It wasn't like moonlight on the trees. This was a narrow beam, moving back and forth across the pine branches like someone sweeping a flashlight or searchlight. The strangest part was the complete silence. No helicopter sounds, no drone buzzing, absolutely nothing. It just floated there, scanning the forest as if searching for something specific. Mike whispered, "What the hell is that?" and nudged me. I had no explanation. For about 5 minutes, we watched the being move smoothly and steadily, creating odd shadows when it hit branches or tree bark. Then it suddenly froze, hanging about 50 feet above the trees, pointing straight down. A few seconds later, it vanished like someone flipped a switch. We sat there stunned. I asked Mike if he'd heard anything. He hadn't. After that, we barely spoke. The woods felt heavy around us, like something was watching. The next day, we called the ranger station to Stigod, check if it was official park business or maybe drone testing. They had no records of any scheduled activity in that area. We avoided talking about it as weeks went by, like we were trying to forget it happened. Then, 3 months later, the email came. The sender was just listed as control, no other details. The blank subject line made me pause before opening it. Inside was one line, "No need to share what you never understood." Mike texted soon after he'd gotten the identical message from the same sender. Neither of us told another soul, not family, not co-workers. It felt like a warning meant just for us. That night stays with me. The silence, the searching light, and that mysterious message. Let me tell you about my last night in the Mojave Desert. I'm Eric, and I work in software support. After spending all day staring at screens, I sometimes need to escape outdoors, which is exactly what I'd been doing for the past week. Just me, my old Jeep, and a map, avoiding main highways and exploring empty spaces with no real plan. The desert sky had turned that unique, deep blue you only see at dusk. I was about 40 miles outside Baker, California, heading toward the 15th. Even though the air had cooled down, you could still feel the day's heat clinging to the ground. The roads were quiet, just my headlights piercing through the darkness. That's when I first noticed the black sedan behind me. It looked ordinary enough, no distinctive markings or logos. I caught one brief glimpse of the driver in my mirror, just a shadowy outline of a man, no clear features. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just coincidence, another traveler heading the same way, but something felt off. I tried everything to lose them. Speeding up, slowing down, it didn't matter. They matched every move perfectly, maintaining the same distance. Finally, gas station, thinking they'd either pass by or reveal their intentions. The sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine running. While I filled my tank, I kept watching. The driver sat motionless, observing me. Even after finishing, I stayed put, held there by some inexplicable force. Then the passenger window rolled down with a soft hiss, breaking the night silence. A clean-shaven man in his mid-40s appeared, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His eyes were intense but steady, his expression serious. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said in a quiet but clear voice. I blinked, confused by the strange light beam and its silent movement. What were they looking for? What were we meant to understand? I still don't know, and maybe that's exactly the point. I was Dan, working nights at Millie Eye's Diner in Ashland, Oregon. The place was what you'd expect. Buzzing neon signs, cracked vinyl booths, and usually just night owls and truckers keeping me company. One rainy night, while the windows were fogged up and the neon lights made blurry halos in the drizzle, my routine shift took an unexpected turn. Two men in black suits walked in around 11 p.m. They looked like they'd stepped out of a funeral. One tall with slicked back hair, the other shorter and older, wearing thin glasses and carrying a permanent frown. They took a window booth and ordered black coffee. Their conversation caught my ear while I was cleaning nearby. No regular small talk from these two. They were deep in discussion about controlling the narrative and managing the fallout from some kind of sighting. The town had been talking about strange lights over the old radio tower just days before. The moment changed my life, but I rarely tell anyone about it. When I do, they either don't believe me or start looking at me differently. Since that night, I've noticed things I used to miss. Chakrabai, the dows that shouldn't move, quiet humming in the desert darkness. Sometimes, when it's late and I'm alone, I spot distant headlights on the horizon and wonder if that black sedan is still watching. That car left quite an impression. After their intense conversation, one of them stopped me outside. His eyes had this dead serious look when he said, "Drive carefully from now on." Before I could respond, the window rolled up and the car vanished into the darkness like it was never there. I just sat in my Jeep afterward, heart racing, trying to process what happened. I couldn't point to anything specific I'd seen during my shift, or at least nothing I'd want to admit to. Instead of following them, I drove straight home, checking my mirrors the whole way. Whether it was a warning or a threat, I still can't say. Late one autumn, I took a solo camping trip to northern Vermont, looking for some peace and quiet away from city life. The spot I chose was about 10 miles from the nearest town, a flat clearing near a creek I'd found on a map off an old logging road. Nothing fancy, just me, my tent, and the wilderness. The first 24 hours went exactly as planned. I got my camp set up before dark, built a fire, and spent that evening reading while the forest settled in around me. Throughout the night I'd wake occasionally to the familiar sounds of the woods, crickets chirping, owls calling, pine needles rustling in the breeze. Everything felt right. That's when things started getting strange. After a day of hiking without seeing another soul, I returned to my campsite in the late afternoon. Something was off. The air carried an unfamiliar scent, and I noticed a dim glow coming from the radio tower on the distant hill. People in town were calling it a UFO sighting, but no official footage existed, and the media seemed eager to dismiss the whole thing. Later, at the Lower Diner, I overheard two men discussing it in hushed tones. I tried to stay casual, wiping tables while listening in, but the tall one caught me watching. He leaned closer to his companion, lowering his voice even more, and said something about curiosity being dangerous. When their cold, sharp eyes met mine, I quickly nodded and muttered, "Got it," pretending I hadn't been eavesdropping. They left shortly after, disappearing into the rainy night with their coats pulled tight around them, their figures reflecting in the wet pavement under the streetlights. The diner felt different after they departed, quieter somehow, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, not in a frightening way, but like I'd stumbled into something much bigger than a simple conversation. By the next morning, all news about the mysterious light had vanished. The radio tower was just an old structure on the hill again. I never shared this story. Who'd believe a late-night diner tale anyway? But on rainy nights, when the neon signs blur through the droplets, I sometimes catch glimpses of shadowy figures by that tower, as if they're still there, watching and waiting. Something wasn't right in those woods that night. The first warning came as a strange smell. Chemical, like burnt rubber. The empty road hadn't seen any traffic all day that could explain it, but I was too tired to worry. I just wanted sleep. The heavy silence woke me at 4 a.m. Then came the sounds. Someone moving through the brush outside my tent, steps too deliberate to be an animal. My body went rigid as I listened, but whatever was out there had gone quiet. Too quiet. Dawn brought answers I didn't want. A crude note stabbed to my tent flap with a twig. "Go home," in rough block letters. As I stood there holding it, my eyes caught something else. A black sedan at the clearing's edge, engine humming softly, empty inside, windows up, just waiting. I called out, but my voice fell flat in the still air. No one answered. The car didn't make sense. No driver, no tracks showing how it got there, nothing crushed or disturbed in the surrounding brush. When I walked closer, the engine died without warning, leaving that heavy silence again. The scene got stranger. Beyond the car, the woods had changed. A stationary haze hung in the air, but only in that section of trees. My phone showed no signal when I tried to call for help. I stood there struggling to process what I was seeing, the note, the phantom car, that unnatural fog. Nothing about this added up, and every instinct told me something was very wrong. I was taking the scenic route home through Red Rock Canyon after a work trip in Vegas. It was Tuesday evening, just after sunset, that time when there's still some light but shadows grow long and the temperature drops fast. I've never liked freeways much, so I chose these narrow, winding roads between towering sandstone cliffs instead. Around 7:30, I came upon an old black sedan without plates, parked after a sharp turn. The sight was odd enough to make me slow down, thinking there might be roadwork ahead. But there weren't any signs or cones. Instead, two men in black suits stepped out, both wearing sunglasses despite the dim light. One was tall, early 40s, while the other was shorter, maybe late 30s. They approached my window as if they'd been expecting me. When I got back to my tent later, the note had vanished without a trace. The tent flap was zipped tight, exactly as I'd left it. I tried rationalizing that. Maybe I'd imagined it, or the note had fallen off somehow, but I couldn't shake the memory of that car and the eerie silence around it. The strange smell had returned too, faint but unmistakable. I packed up quickly, constantly checking over my shoulder. At my truck, parked several hundred yards down the logging road, I thought I saw headlights through the trees in my rearview mirror, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. I drove straight to the main highway without stopping. I've told friends about it, but they dismissed it as a prank or wildlife, or just my nerves acting up. While I've returned to that area a few times since then, I've carefully avoided that clearing. I haven't seen the black car or another note, but I still can't make sense of that quiet running engine with no driver and the mysterious note on my tent. The light caught my attention first, a strange steady glow hovering above the canyon rim. Not a plane or helicopter, it just hung there, like a floating lantern. I kept trying to focus on the road, but it followed me, lingering at the edge of my vision. Earlier that evening, I'd encountered something even stranger. Two men had stopped me, claiming the road ahead was closed for maintenance. The canyon was completely empty though. No workers, no equipment, no barriers. When I pointed this out, the shorter man just said it was a private job, no exceptions. Their car was odd, pitch black with no windows to see through, no plates, no markings at all. Despite the unsettling feeling, I kept my voice calm as I asked how long the maintenance would last. Indefinite was all the shorter man said. When I asked about a detour, the tall one simply told me to turn around. I started backing up slowly, checking my mirrors. They got back in their sedan and began to move. But when I looked over my shoulder, they had vanished completely. No engine sound, no lights, nothing. The road was empty, without even tire marks to show they'd been there. I pulled over to investigate, stepping out into the quiet canyon. Nothing but the whisper of dry brush in the wind. Imlams, UFO showed no signal. I walked the road looking for any trace of them, but found nothing to explain their disappearance. As the sky darkened to deep blue and stars began appearing, I had no choice but to turn back. That's when I noticed that light, about 10 minutes into my drive back. I tried rubbing my eyes, but it remained watching me from above the canyon walls. I finally stopped at a pullout, unsure what to do next. It started with an ordinary autumn evening by the lake. The air was crisp, the sky clear, and I was on my dock taking pictures of the emerging stars with my phone. Everything felt normal and peaceful until I spotted something odd while reviewing my photos. There was this shape hovering above the water, a dark silhouette that caught my attention. It wasn't like anything I'd seen before. The object was completely motionless, no blinking lights, no sound. When I zoomed in with my phone camera, I could make out its smooth oval form. It had this strange matte black surface that didn't reflect any light. For a while, it just drifted sideways, inches at a time. Then, in an instant, it shot straight upward and vanished into the night sky. I felt more curious than scared, but definitely unsettled. I drove to the small diner at the canyon entrance, where I found only Sam, the night cook, on duty. When I told him what I'd seen, he didn't laugh or dismiss it. Instead, he just nodded slowly and mentioned that others had reported similar things. Strange lights, mysterious figures, and roads that disappeared without explanation. After paying my bill, I drove home, constantly checking my mirrors for any sign of the black sedan or the two men, but the road remained empty. Back home, I looked up local news and county road updates, finding nothing about roadwork or closures in the canyon, just the usual warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the strange encounter. The next few days, I stayed alert for anything unusual. I shared the story with some friends who cracked jokes about government agents and aliens, but the strangest part came a couple days later when I found a blank piece of paper folded under my windshield wiper. I put it on my dashboard, where it's stayed untouched ever since. The black car appeared without warning one morning, parked at my driveway's end, no tracks in the gravel, no footprints around it. Just this pristine early 2000s model sitting there like it had materialized from thin air. No plates, no keys, no driver. At first I brushed it off as a neighbor's visitor, but something felt off. Days passed and the car remained. Each morning I'd leave a note on the windshield, but they just collected there, untouched. 4 days in, that uneasy feeling kept growing. I wanted to tell someone, but who'd believe such a strange story? Then came that evening on my porch. I heard footsteps on the gravel and looked up to see a man in a plain black suit, his face shadowed by the streetlight. When I approached him nervously and asked if I could help, he just stood there at first. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. "The water remembers." Before I could make sense of his words, he walked away into the darkness. I rushed inside, locked up, and spent the night watching through windows. But he never came back. The car kept showing up every morning after that, but the man didn't return. Strange things started happening, though. My phone would get static when I tried to photograph the lake. At night, there'd be this weird humming from the water that stopped as soon as I went outside. One time, around 3 a.m., I saw different lights over the lake, soft blue ones that pulsed slowly, nothing like before. The lake had been quiet since that first incident, just peaceful, water with occasional fish jumping, but now it felt different somehow. That night at the old airfield near Milltown started innocently enough. I was out there with my college camcorder, set up on a tripod by the main runway around 10 p.m. on a Friday. The small western Kansas town was perfect for stargazing. No light pollution meant the stars would shine incredibly bright through the clear, dry spring air. The abandoned place had always caught my eye during my drives past it. Just some empty hangars and cracked runways now, but something about it called to me that evening. No real plan, just a spontaneous decision to try catching something interesting on film. Meteors, satellites, whatever might pass overhead. About an hour into filming, the first strange thing happened. These lights appeared halfway up in the sky. They moved in patterns I couldn't explain, pulsing and drifting silently. No typical aircraft lights, no blinking red or green, no sound at all. They'd flicker, vanish, then show up somewhere else. I zoomed in more intrigued than afraid, but the lights seemed to shift positions like they were studying me back. The air grew noticeably colder, though the light wind hadn't changed. That's when I spotted him. A man in a black suit behind the rusted chain-link fence by the service road. I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen went black and froze on the camera view. When I looked back up, the lights had vanished. After that night, the man never appeared on my porch again, and the mysterious car stopped showing up too. But now, whenever I'm close to water, I can't shake this feeling of being watched, like something's lurking just beneath the surface. Those words, "the water remembers," they keep echoing in my mind. In a small Ohio town near an abandoned power plant, I had an encounter that completely changed my perspective on reality. I'm typically not the type to chase mysteries or look for strange phenomena. I appreciate a good enigma, but I don't actively seek them out. The man appeared during the dead of night, standing motionless in the shadows. His outfit seemed oddly formal for such a remote location. black jacket and slacks, but no tie. When I noticed him, I switched off my camcorder screen to get a better look. I called out to him twice, asking if he needed help or was lost, but got no response. A chill ran down my spine despite my efforts to keep my voice steady. Then something impossible happened. He stepped through the fence. Not over it, not around it, through it. Without a sound, he moved closer, his face completely expressionless. I had my camcorder with me but hesitated to start recording again. Something felt deeply wrong about the situation. When he stopped about 6 feet away, he slowly reached into his jacket and pulled out a blank piece of paper, which he handed to me. Before I could question him about it, he vanished. No footprints, no sound, nothing to indicate he'd ever been there. The strange lights I'd been filming in the sky had disappeared too, leaving nothing but empty darkness above. I stayed there for a while longer, trying to process what had just happened. The blank paper remained in my jacket pocket, never revealing any hidden message or marking. Later, reviewing my footage, I found something even stranger. While the camera had captured the lights and the eerie silence of the man's appearance, it completely missed him handing me the paper. My friends dismissed it as a prank, or my imagination when I told them. But I know what I experienced. I've never returned to that airfield, but the incident left its mark. Now, on quiet nights, I sometimes catch glimpses of moving lights in my peripheral vision, as if something is still watching me. The night started like any other time I went out to photograph the nuclear plant. It's this massive structure from the 70s, nothing beautiful, but it's become a regular part of my landscape photography hobby. I'd spent years capturing the cooling towers and their steam clouds, especially loving how strange and atmospheric they looked after dark. That Wednesday evening had perfect conditions. The spring air was unusually cold, but the sky was crystal clear. I drove to my usual spot a couple miles from the plant, right by the wood's edge. With my camera and tripod set up, I planned to catch some long exposures of the stars and maybe get lucky with the moonlight hitting the steam just right. Everything felt normal at first. The plant hummed in the distance and trains whistled somewhere far away. But around 11 p.m., something changed. A faint glow appeared near the horizon behind the plant. It moved strangely, floating, shifting between blue and green, pulsing dimly. I couldn't hear anything from it, but I immediately aimed my camera and started shooting. The light kept flickering, making it hard to focus, so I tried everything. Burst shots, video, whatever might capture it better than my eyes could. The whole time my neck kept tingling like someone was watching me. I told myself it was just the cold air, but it felt different. After about 10 minutes, the light disappeared. No sound, no trace, just gone. I packed up and headed home, feeling unsettled, but trying to rationalize it. The real shock came the next day. When I checked my computer, every single photo of the light was corrupted. Just black frames, where the images should have been. I tried everything to recover them. Different readers, software, computers, but it was like those moments never happened. That bothered me more than seeing the light itself. Later that night, while I sat in my living room staring at my camera bag and trying to make sense of it all, someone knocked on my door. It was sharp, unexpected. I wasn't planning to see anyone. When I opened the door carefully, there stood 2 men. The night everything changed started with an unexpected knock. 2 men in black suits and dark sunglasses stood at my door just past midnight, looking like they'd stepped straight out of a movie. The street lights cast weak shadows through the fog rolling in from the river, making everything feel unreal. They moved with unsettling precision. One stayed by the door, watching me while his partner headed straight for my backyard. I couldn't see much beyond my garden, shed, and bushes when I tried to look over the fence. The neighborhood was eerily quiet except for some dogs barking in the distance. Neither man said hello or showed any ID. One held out a business card, but it was completely blank. The other spoke in hushed tones about a routine safety inspection. Something in their manner made it clear that refusing wasn't an option, even though everything about this felt wrong. The cold night air hit me as I stepped outside and locked my door. They left as suddenly as they appeared, vanishing into the fog-filled street before I could process what had happened. My hands were shaking as I sat inside, staring at the blank card with its mysterious smudge where text should have been. Those men never came back, and the photos stayed missing. Now, whenever I'm near the power plant at night, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The machinery's hum sounds different, like it's keeping secrets. I don't know what that light was, or who those men were. I've never heard of anyone else seeing anything similar, but I won't be taking pictures out there anymore. Sometimes things should stay in the shadows, unrecorded and unseen. I'll never forget that foggy night when my ordinary walk home turned into something inexplicable. The street was eerily quiet, with that unsettling feeling you get when things just seem wrong. Two men in black suits and old-fashioned top hats sat in a parked black car near the curb. What stopped me cold wasn't their formal attire. It was their faces. They had none. Just smooth, featureless skin where facial features should have been. The fog grew thicker as one of them came to my yard and called me over. When I approached, he told me to stay inside. Standard procedure, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I locked myself in and watched through the window. The scene outside turned increasingly hazy, making everything look distorted and dreamlike. They moved with precise, silent efficiency, pulling out heavy black bags like the ones forensics teams use. Near the shed, they carefully wrapped up something small. I couldn't make out what it was. When I tried calling the police, my screen went black. No signal. Time seemed to freeze as I stood there watching them work. Their departure was as mysterious as their arrival. One of them gave me a slight nod that felt more like a warning than a goodbye. Strangest of all, there was no car, not when they came, not when they left. Just these two figures disappearing into the fog. In the cold air outside afterward, everything looked normal except for a small scuff mark by the shed. No footprints, no evidence of what they'd taken. That night was sleepless, the fog lingering until sunrise. The next day's inspection revealed nothing unusual, but that scuff mark remained as the only proof it wasn't just a dream. Something tells me I wasn't alone that night, that something else was watching, waiting. Those faceless men in black never showed up again, but I still don't know what they took or why they chose my yard. The whole thing left me with questions I'll probably never get answers to. I hurried down the street, my footsteps quickening with each passing moment. The sight had stopped me cold at first. Those men in the car, their faces just blank, like someone had taken an eraser to them. A few steps later, I couldn't help myself. Despite every instinct telling me not to, I looked back over my shoulder. What I saw, or rather, what I didn't see, made even less sense. The car had vanished completely. The fog-covered street was empty, with no sign a vehicle had ever been there. No engine noise lingering in the air, no tire marks on the ground, not even a hint of headlights in the distance. To this day, I've never encountered anything similar. The whole thing remains a mystery. Those faceless men, the disappearing car, all of it. I don't see any text provided to rewrite. Without the original text, I can't restructure paragraphs or reorganize content while keeping the intended meaning. Please share the text you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll help transform its structure while maintaining its core information.